Kia karakira tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka kina ki uta, ki mātarata kura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora. This easy to announce who is in the room, but Councillor Newman, Councillor Walker, Councillor Fletcher, Hartley. Right. Empty in here, but Councillor Philippine. Councillor Philippine today. Congratulations. And looking very brown from the honeymoon, tanned. Right, we also have apologies for lateness from Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Newman. Early departure, I think these people are all going to the Kiwi Rail event this afternoon, so that's Mayor Wayne Brown, Councillor Darby, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Williamson and Councillor Baker are all early departure, but that, let's hope we are, okay, I won't jinx it, but let's just get through the business so then they are able to leave to go to that. Right. First of all, everyone, just want to acknowledge the passing of former Kaipātiki Local Board member and Chair Kay McIntyre. Kay was a local board member for 3 terms and a chair for between 2013 and 2016. Kay and I and Chris ran together on the ticket to get on the local board. Feels like forever ago now. So I was very close to Kay. She was very an inspiration to me. She also gave much to our city, from her local board work to women's sport, to netball, governance, project managing the build of community assets such as Netball Manurewa, Netball Auckland Netball and North Harbour Netball, fundraising for many organisations. She was on the Auckland Museum board and on Netball New Zealand board, and the ASB Trust, which is now Foundation North. Kay will be greatly missed, including obviously by me, and I know many of the people around the table knew Kay well. Just want to send her family condolences, and many of us will be attending the service on Saturday. I just would like everyone to stand for a moment of silence for Kay. Thank you very much, everyone.
Mr. Chair, could I just make a quick comment about Kay too, if that's okay?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, I just wanted to acknowledge Kay and I were on the Local Board Chairs Forum together in the second term, and I found her to be, she had such a great sense of humour, and she always looked out for everybody else around the table, which I really appreciated in what was sometimes a really scary environment. And what she brought in the sports administration space, which sounds like a very sort of narrow area of expertise, but it's actually something we talked about a lot, was how do you build new facilities? How do you work with your communities to bring about some really quite amazing facilities for your community in the sports space? And I just really appreciated that and wanted to note that her leadership for me was really important too. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Dalton, did you want to say anything briefly?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Kay was formidable, there's no doubt about it. And I worked with her on a project, and that was Netball Manurewa. And she was relentless in her advocacy. She had such vision for women and girls in sport in particular. And one of her priorities was to ensure that they were kept safe and that they could come to an environment where they could play safely. both, what they played on, but also the people around them. She designed the courts so there was enough room that we could push chairs up and down, so mums could come with their children and be able to play themselves and have to push chairs on the side. But more than that, it was her smile. When her name came up on the phone, you knew it was you had to buckle in because it was going to be a half-hour conversation at the very least. She would work till all hours of the morning, and her commitment was solid to representation in her community, but also the wider Auckland and actually New Zealand. She did do projects throughout the country. So we will miss her greatly, and she is one of those special people in life who also made herself very welcome in the finance department. I think she took up a seat there quite often to try and get that money that we needed for our facilities. So thank you, Chair. I appreciate being able to say a few words.
Kia ora, Councillor, and thank you again. Thanks everyone for acknowledging Kay. She was very, very close to me, but I know that it was kind of amazing knowing the breadth of work she did. And I did a post on Facebook about her life, and her family have actually contacted me because she never told them about a lot of the things she did. She was very, very humble, so they've been quite shocked and touched for the photos and she didn't have social media, so she didn't ever splash around all the amazing things she was doing for our city. So, kia ora, thank you. And in the time, I forgot to actually move and second the apology. So if Councillor Dalton would like to move, Councillor Ferry, would you like to second? All those in favour? Are there any declarations? Kia ora, Member Ashby.
Thank you, Chair. It's not a conflict, but just a declaration for item 12. I was one of the co-authors of the CIA report referred to. I don't think there's any material conflict. There's nothing at odds with the papers before us.
Kia ora, Member Ashby. I don't perceive that as a conflict, but thank you for bringing it up in case there are concerns there. Right, we have public input now. We have Omaha Residents Association and the Omaha Shorebird Protection Trust. We have Richard speaking to us now. You got the okay, do it after.
We need to do it.
Oh right, sorry, I need to.
Move and second the minutes.
I'm not on my game today. I need to move, and Councillor Dalton would like to second the minutes. Are there any issues with the minutes? No, thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Sorry, Richard, and that did not eat up any of your 5 minutes, I promise. So your the microphone there, if you want to press the button on the right.
I know how it works. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Richard Brabant. I'm not a member of the trust. I am an Omaha resident. And I'm here to speak for the trust and supported by the Omaha community through their Residents Association because I suggested to the chairman that the time had come where it was necessary to come and see your committee and ask the councillors here to take some action about what's effectively an impasse where council staff have resisted requests to do something so that year in, year out, the dotterels and the variable oyster catchers are not predated and you get the appalling loss of chicks that's been happening for some years now. Now, I provided a submission, and I know that councillors are often busy, don't get the chance to read that. It's in the attachments, and I've got a PowerPoint here which just takes us through some places. So that's the location of the Shorebird Sanctuary. It is a council reserve, and therefore the council has obviously a responsibility for it. The trust are volunteers who really do all of the work at the sanctuary. They do the traps, they do the monitoring, they download the unending pictures of cat predation from the cameras. And one of the reasons that we're here is a request that the council actually do something that will improve or actually deal with the situation that we have. sorry. The Trust's mission is particularly to protect the northern New Zealand dotterels and their variable oyster catchers. The agenda item indicates the status of the birds and what the situation is, including the data of loss of chicks year in, year out that's been happening before the Trust approached the local board in 2021 and asked for help. That's the information that's in the agenda, and you can see this last breeding season that's just finished, 1 chick fledged out of 20 breeding pairs, but the catastrophic losses have been happening for some years before that. The variable oyster catcher, as it says there, very few chicks survived to fledge. That's just a little cute picture there. The dotterel and the chick on the beach, it's vital for their fledging that they have free and unimpeded access to the shoreline. They aren't fed by the parents. They need to be able to move freely between nest and the water's edge, and that's one of the reasons why, as a third issue, I've raised the urgency of changing the status of this reserve so the council is in a position to close the reserve to public access during the breeding season, which can't be done at the moment. Variable oyster catcher and chick. So these are the 3 critical issues, and I've talked about them in the document I sent in. And they're in order of importance, although I'll say something about item 2 in a minute. Obtain a necessary coastal permit consent and complete an extension of the existing predator fence. So a predator fence was put in 2012. The Auckland Council organised the planning application, which I knew about at the time, and was astonished to see that it didn't include a request for a coastal permit that would take the fence through to the low water market in the inner harbour, and I'll talk to you about that in a minute. Then there's a question of whether or not there's live cat capture. As the documentation and the evidence shows, this is not a widespread problem throughout Omaha with people looking after their cats properly. There are 3 identified cats that have been treating the beach and a gully up into the sanctuary as a highway to come in and out as they please for years. There are numerous photographs, and I've got a few in the material showing how they access. I went down there on Tuesday with Dennis O'Callaghan, who's here, one of the, well, he does regularly the trapping. He showed me a security camera on a gully the cats come up and told me that they had a live cage in there for cats, and I asked him how many cats were caught, and he said never, not one. It's very difficult to live capture them, and it only reinforces the need to extend the predator fence so that cats can't get in the first place. And the third item there is the status of the Omaha Shorebird Reserve being changed. Now here's the fence at low and high tide. It's a little bit harder to see on the top photo, but that gives you an idea of the amount of shoreline at low tide. And then there's another photo at high tide, and just beyond the fence there, you can see a set of steps. The solution here, and I say this with the knowledge of having done coastal permit work in my professional life for many years, including for Far North Holdings Limited, which did all the structural consenting for Far North District Council. There are competing values always where a structure is going to go below the district. And those competing values here are access as opposed to wildlife values. And what's needed is an application for a coastal permit, which will be dealt with by an independent panel, and they will make a decision as to how to weigh up those panels. Instead, the council are on record through its staff as saying the council will never extend it. So I know my time will be up already because 5 minutes is short, but I want to ask that the resolution here is not a resolution just to receive and thank for what's happened or what I've been able to say and present to you. I'm looking for the councillors here to take some positive action and direct the staff to take steps to do something about this predator fence. Otherwise, the whole point of a sanctuary and the investment that's been made to date is going to be a continued wasted exercise. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kia ora, thank you very much. There's a few questions, but I am adding an additional resolution to refer it to the Chief of Strategy to further investigate, but on public forum we can't make further decisions on understanding orders, so we can't list a number of things that we would like to do. And both Councillor Sayers and I have met with staff recently looking through the myriad of things that could be done and are an issue, and why we obviously it's difficult to trap cats that are microchipped or owned, or those. We're looking at all those sorts of things, but obviously it comes with difficulties. There'll be a few questions and then we could have a bit of discussion at the end. Councillor Watson and then Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Very good, and I'm familiar with this part of Omaha. And that's a bit of a revelation actually in terms of what's happening to the oyster catchers and the dotterels, because you see the predator-proof fence and you assume everything's okay. So you have a very holiday-oriented catchment there in terms of people that are living. So often it's holiday homes in that part of Omaha that abut that. In respect of the existing fence and then access, most people come to Omaha, go to the other part of the beach. Of course, they don't come there. So it's a very identifiable area with some clear solutions to the current impasse. Then, isn't it? Like it's not a big imposition on the public as such, and you have an existing facility that is meant to do what you're proposing, but it isn't. So I'm kind of curious why there'd be such a level of opposition or difficulty dealing with, in effect, a failing status quo.
Okay. Well, the first thing is, of course, there's a high property ownership, people who come up there on weekends and sometimes longer, but there is a growing permanent resident population, and actually Eleanor and I are part of that at the moment. We've been living there for nearly a year. But this is this picture here shows people coming in to the reserve. So we get holiday makers. I mean, Omaha gets inundated, particularly during the summer, with people coming to the beach for the day. Now, there is a gate in through the predator fence. These people have come in through the predator fence. You'll see one of the photos of them in there with their dogs, which of course dogs are not meant to be there. If people want to get in, they don't need to walk along the edge of the harbour, John. They can come in through the main fence. The reason for these photos is to show you the problems with not having a protected reserve status, so that you can actually exclude people. These people are here at the critical period when the young chicks and their parents are trying to get down to the beach. But we get back to the point that it was obvious to me, in an area where I have some expertise, that the predator fence was deficient from day one. If you were a farmer putting a stock fence in, you would put the fence down, as they do, to low water mark, so the stock can't walk around the end. And there are photos within this submission of mine. You can see them there taken at night of these cats, and you can see them walking right by the fence. I mean, that's the way they come and go. And I never got the chance to say, John, but the other thing is, I have mentioned cage trapping is probably going to be ineffective. It is at Tāwhanui, but I know how they do it there, and it's quite different. One thing the council staff could be doing is taking an active role in talking to the owners of these cats. It's been left to the local residents and volunteers to go and speak to the owners. They live at 281 Omaha Drive. I've got a picture on my phone of where they live. It's no secret in our community that two of the cats come from there, and the volunteers have gone and spoken. So I'm asking, why aren't staff at an official level, the uniform? If this was dogs, it wouldn't happen like this. You've got a whole dog control system with people who do things, just if dogs bark. And no one from the staff has been interviewed and spoken to these people about the situation. So that's why I'm here. to say, please, we need a shake-up here, we need the fence extended. It's such a waste of an investment in the rest of the fence, not to put another 20 metres in to do the job properly.
Kia ora. Thank you. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And through you, I'd like to first of all just acknowledge the work of these volunteers. I think we've all got a pretty good impression of what they've done. And also just want to thank Richard and his team for the travel that they've made to get here today. I had a couple of questions for Richard, one around the reserve and one around the fence. With the reserve, that status of that change, we want to get on the land there, because if we've got a protected reserve and there'll be nothing to protect in another year, so the status of that, from your knowledge, are you able to update us at all where that's sitting in terms of your understanding of the process to date?
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. The chairman of the trust, Chris Allen, who's here behind me, is more au fait with this than me, but I did make a submission for Omaha residents and separately the trust did about status, and one of the problems is that the boundaries are wrong. So some of the Omaha North Reserve is shown at the moment as being an Esplanade Reserve, so there's a boundary issue, but it needs, my understanding is it needs to have its status changed to what's called a protected reserve status. And I didn't look all this up before I came because I figured that actually that's something the staff can deal with. I don't think there's a contest that something needs to be done, so there is the ability to shut the reserve at critical periods. It's just that nothing's happening. It needs to be moved on. But of course, changing the status won't do any good if the fence isn't extended. I hope it's obvious to everyone that they've got this terrible situation with how you deal with cats, and the way the reserve, the pest management plan is written, there are serious difficulties. So if you can't capture them, then what do you, and people won't keep their cats in, what do you have to do? Make best use of a predator fence, which is what we can't do at the moment.
So, thank you. And I think it's very helpful. Your presentation has been extremely helpful, hasn't it, Richard, in terms of our discussions with staff, and I'm sure it's giving them some much more tangible actions that they can follow up on. Particularly even just going around talking to the owners, the council staff in their uniform, so my second question was targeted around the fence, Richard, and that's in terms of might be calling on your expertise that you've had, with the resource consenting in the past. So my understanding is that that consent has never been applied for, and the costing to run that fence, that extra 20 metres, has never been done. And I think you'd be asking for both of those things, for some action to happen quickly on both of those. So is that correct in terms of your understanding about the fence?
Well, one of the trust members who's an engineer has drawn up a design. I mean, I'm sure Mayor Brown could as well. It's a pretty simple post wire mesh. That there's nothing magical about what needs to be done to do it. And I imagine it hasn't been costed because the council's position, as recorded in the Maharangi Matters front page paper, is the council will never do anything about extending the fence. And as I said in my material, it's not the place of council staff to decide whether the council will make an application to extend a predator fence. That's a decision for councillors to make. And the next thing is the way in which to deal with whether or not a fence should be there is through the consenting process, where people can come along and have their say and an expert committee makes the decision. So it's not for biosecurity experts to decide that there's an interference with public access, which means a fence shouldn't be done. Their role is to look after biosecurity matters. So we've got wildlife values on the one hand and public access along the foreshore on the other. And this is nothing new. These issues and tensions often arise and they have to be balanced up and weighed. And there's an obvious mitigation on access, which is another set of stairs because there's one there already and a gate. So, I mean, I know how to do an application like this. I know the expert reports you'd need. I know the people the consultants in Orewa who've done a lot of work, either gratis or at a heavy discount to provide expert plans, so you don't employ expensive Auckland consultants. I mean, you need a navigation report. I mean, it's not a difficult application, and it's something that could be. The breeding season starts in September, and if I may be permitted to say so, if I'd been asked to do this job, I could get this consent through by September. The local iwi, the local authority, the whole Omaha community will support this application being made. And all it's needed is someone to get started before another round of breeding and more birds are killed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Richard. Chair, and just in terms of that recommendation that referring it to Megan to have further investigation on it, I think it's pretty clear that there's a high degree of frustration that there's not enough momentum, and I guess a fear that things won't happen quickly enough that need to be followed up on. So I'm just wondering if that could be tightened up a little bit more, where those findings from the Chief of Strategy, once she's had a chance to go through that, gets reported back either directly to myself, that I can go back to that community, or back to this committee, just so. And even if there's a time I don't know if we could put a time frame on it, but I'm just trying to make it measurable and make sure that the actions are followed through in a prompt way. Is there anything you could commit to there, Megan, for us?
We could probably add report back to this committee, but putting a time frame on it is not. Yeah, I think this has been obviously brought to me by yourself, and I'm keen personally to take this up in a stronger way. The request for a change of use of the reserve hasn't come to, as far as I know, come to this committee before. So these are obviously local board delegated reserves and projects. So we need to work with them for, to work out the delegations around that, because we can't just propose or impose these sorts of things. So the local board, I'm not sure if they've requested that of us in the past, but we need to work with the local board.
I think that'd be cooperative, Richard. Yeah. Maybe they just need our help.
Yeah, absolutely. I just don't want to pretend that right now we have that delegation, so we need to come from the local board, and we will work around all of that now that we are very aware of this issue. Cool. Thank you.
Right, I see those changes there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Member Ashby.
Thank you for the presentation. Just two questions from me. One is, are the groups that you're representing, have they spoken with Ngāti Manahiri about this? I presume they'd be pretty well aware of the issue.
Thank you. I can't answer that specifically. What I do know is that there is regular ongoing contact with Ngāti Manahiri. In fact, I work on the golf course, and I had one of their team out in the last couple of weeks dealing with a tree issue, which is what I look after on the golf course. So what I can't tell you specifically, have they spoken about this, but there is a close association and an ongoing one, and that's why I felt able to say that I'm sure that they would be supportive of the protection needed of these wildlife values.
Thank you. And the second question was just, clearly there's an issue here. There's also an issue with cats in the coastal environment around the region, and I'm mindful there's a similar issue at Stillwater and Okura, where there's a marine reserve, and we're trapping stoats and possums, but the cats just wander in and pick up a chick and wander home again. So you talked about the RPMP and the, I guess, the gaps that has when it comes to cats, which I've also run into. I was just wondering what, in your view, would help plug this gap?
Microphone,
Sorry.
Richard.
The first thing is I know algae space, snails, they've got the same problem with cat predation at all of those places. And I obviously would support something being done there too. What we know at Omaha, it so happens we've got 9/10 of a fence, and we have the ability there to do something effective for those birds. But if you turn to the regional pest program, I did include the section on what are called unowned cats. I have to start by saying there's no such word as unowned, and the definition in the plan is dreadful, because if you were to capture a cat inside this reserve, you're meant for it to be unowned. Is it microchipped? How do you know that? Has it got a name and address on a collar? Well, that's a possibility. But then as well, to qualify for being owned, it has to be registered on a national register. And how could you possibly find that out? Capture the cat. And then the next question is, are you in a rural area? So I had an interesting discussion with one of the staff at Biosecurity yesterday about, I asked him, is Omaha a rural area? And he said, oh, well, no, it's not. And I said, well, I don't know about that. We're on rural delivery. It's a coastal settlement. It's outside the rural boundary. I only say those things because I think even the definition is problematic. But I've referred in my submission to the objective and the outcome, if you like, the policy, the objective and the policy. And in this case, letting these cats continue to predate these birds is contrary to the objective and the policy. So how do you deal with that? If the cats are doing things that are contrary to the objective and policy, how is it then that the staff advise the people at Omaha that they can't do anything? Because again, with cats, it's a matter of balancing wildlife values against, to be blunt, the cat's life. And that's got to be weighed up somehow. And if the effects become too great, you have to deal with the situation. And as I mentioned before, we have this curious situation of a whole staff employed by this council and other councils that deal with dog problems. But there's no mechanism or method by which this situation is being effectively dealt with.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I'd probably take a more permanent solution myself, but thank you.
Thank you, Member Ashby. Mayor Brown.
Thanks for the presentation. I've got a question. I'm not sure whether it's the staff should answer this or not, but if these were dogs killing kiwis, we'd have killed the dogs. What is it about cats that get such special ability to go out and decimate our wildlife?
There is legislation around dogs. There is no legislation around cats.
Well, maybe we should be asked for some. Can we pass our own legislation around cats?
We have the regional pest management plan, and just very high level, there was a very controversial process around cats, because we obviously were capturing cats through the regional pest management plan in places like Tawhanui, Shakespeare, things like that. We almost didn't get that far. There was a lot of kind of opposition at the time. There has to go through a very clear legal process, and we are starting to review the regional pest management plan again soon. On the legal approach, I believe the last Minister of Conservation was looking at a legal approach on cats, so we can once again ask for that sort of guidelines or legal approach by the new minister. But at the moment, we can control dogs and capture dogs and things like that, but on cats, especially those who are not identified as having owners, which is the case at Omaha, it is far more complex around property laws and around, so it is not an easy situation to deal with this.
Well, it's easy to understand, and if it's in other places as well, it's time we deal with it. When I was the mayor up north, we managed to get rid of a lot of cats from a lady in Paihia who was causing much the same thing. And there was no bird life in Paihia, and now there is. And I know at the time the cat army, I got threats of death from the cat army in America. Fortunately, though, Americans didn't know where New Zealand was, so it was cat ownership seems to be some sort of a mental disease. But we need to deal with this because we're no shortage of cats, but we'll run out of wildlife at some stage. So can I encourage you to take a more active approach when we do our pest management definitions. In the meantime, I'm quite happy to support the B there, that we push the review of this fence, but I'd rather just kill the bloody things, really.
Mr. Chairman, may I be just permitted to respond on these issues? So,
Yes, just briefly. We will have to move on because
if I read for Mayor Brown, there's a caption over the top of the section in the pest program, and the last sentence says, having talked about the damage cats can cause, however, cats are also New Zealand's most popular companion animal, and Auckland Council recognises the need to balance wildlife protection with protection of companion animal values, whatever that means. And then in this Maharangi Matters, the Council's Biosecurity Principal Advisor, Imogen Bassett, is quoted as saying, "Trapping or shooting the cats is not an option because they are likely to be, quote, much loved family pets." Now, that's the sort of problem that is being faced in dealing with these cats at the moment. The debate is stopping at those sorts of emotive statements and not dealing with the subsequent provisions in your plan that require a balance between wildlife values and what the cats are doing. So we're not getting to it. You're not getting to address the damage that's being caused because everything's stopping up.
I get it.
Companion value stuff.
I get it. All the dogs we kill are much loved animals as well, of course. Even if they've bitten somebody.
Yeah, we'll try not to debate back and forth, and I can tell you that Imogen and others are very passionate about this issue, and they were on the receiving end of death threats about protecting wildlife and capturing cats a number of years ago. So we need to, it's always about making sure we have the legal abilities and take the community with us. There's no more questions, but I just want to acknowledge the frustration and also the significant amount of work all of you are doing to protect the dotterel and the other species in that area, and we do need to work, and thank you, Councillor Sayers, for bringing all this clear information to myself, Imogen and others, to how we can address this. We clearly need to work with the local board because any of the changes you're requesting would be technically up to them, but we need to work with them to see what is possible. But I just want to thank you again for all your work, and it has made a difference despite your frustration of cats obviously undermining a lot of that work as well. So, kia ora. Right, all those in favour? Oh. Oh, right, sorry. Councillor Darby.
So, thank you, Richard. I wasn't going to ask any questions, but you've articulated it well. And I'm following on the point of the Mayor, really. And just to declare, I have a property where if a cat comes onto my rural property and it finds a trap, it's dead. Along with the stoats, along with the possums, along with the rats, it's on the list, and there's a program to eradicate. Now, I've only once ever caught a domestic cat, but it was 1.8 kilometres from its home. I've caught feral cats, quite a few. But I'm coming to our situation in Auckland. That's not in Tāmaki, that's somewhere else I'm referring to. But this is a much bigger problem. This is a localised problem and one we need to look at. But we've got a situation in Auckland where last night probably thousands of native birds were destroyed. Thousands. It would have been, and look, Environmental Defence Society, Greenpeace and many others have done lots of work on this. If we're reviewing the pest management plan, if it's coming up, I think we should make sure that we reference that and refer this sort of localised work to that review. And we're all going to have some grit when we go to that review and remember these instances, because the issue with domestic cats wandering is huge and it is destroying the native bird life of Tāmaki Makaurau. It is phenomenal. We have to take that on. I've just had a brief look at the animal management bylaw. I think it was tweaked in 21. It's dated 2015. And if you look at it, it's all about the impact on human beings and nothing about the impact on the natural environment. It's all about us rather than nature. And I think that's a major error. We've missed the plot. We've missed it. You know, we've got some fundamental things to address here. So I know the chair of Regulatory, Councillor Bartley, is on this call. I think there is a discussion to be had at the Regulatory Committee, because that animal management bylaw is the domain of that committee. We've got subsets of that animal management bylaw, dog bylaws. We prohibit roosters in residential areas because they upset people. We've got rules about horses. We've got rules about all kinds of animals where they impact human beings, but very little in the way of teeth where the impact is on the nature of tāmaki. And we've got work to do. I think while I acknowledge Richard's and the group's work today, and we can address that as a localised thing, we need to take that and talk to all the other groups that have the same problem. Domestic cats wandering 1.8 kilometres from home and taking out a couple of birds, native weta, native lizards, all in one night, and trundling home at 5 a.m. and having a good nod off for the rest of the day. And they're beautiful, cuddly animals. I think we've got a fundamental problem that we have to address.
Thank you, Councillor Darby. I let you speak, but we actually don't allow, we're not supposed to allow debate on public input, but I thought you didn't get a question, so I will stop you there.
It's a motion, and you can actually speak to a motion.
No, not public input. But I think we got, definitely understand your position there. All those in favour? Any opposed? No, thank you. Right, we'll move to the next public input. Thank you, Richard. We have Nathan Turner and Nisha Chowdhury from Blue Float Energy. Thank you.
Kia ora, good morning. Thanks for having us here today. My name is Nathan. This is my colleague Nisha, and we represent Blue Float Energy. Okay, so why are we here? I'm sure I don't need to tell this committee that global warming is marching on. On some accounts, last year, 2023, was the first year in which we hit that milestone of 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels that we've been trying to avoid for so long. But of course, this committee recognised a climate emergency all the way back in 2019, 5 years ago, so that will be no surprise. Now, as a country, we have, of course, made international commitments about this, including to be at net zero by 2050, amongst others. But guess what? We are way off track as a country to meeting those commitments, based on what international monitors are observing, and even based on our very own Climate Change Commission's advice to the government. Now, I think there's very little understood about what it takes as a country to get to net zero by 2050. In the energy industry, there's a number of oft-quoted reports which refer to electrification as the big opportunity, and I think there is absolutely no doubt that electrification will play a big role. But on this screen here, I extract a modified version of a chart which features in a report from Transpower a couple of years ago. And it shows that electrification contributes only about 1/3 of the emissions reduction that we need to get by 2050. If you assume that planting hundreds of thousands of hectares of forests can contribute another 1/3, then we still have a very large challenge to abate that last 20 million tonnes per annum of emissions that we're currently emitting into our atmosphere as a country. Now, the Auckland Council, of course, has a climate plan which seeks to address some of these issues within the Auckland region itself, and I've extracted just a few of the key actions from that plan. Items 1 through 6 are all absolutely valid things that we need to be progressing. But of course, they all result in an increase in electricity demand within this region, largely because many of those actions result in moving away from fossil fuel consumption into an electricity-based system. Now, it's great that item 7 there from your report talks about supporting the installation of renewable energy in Auckland, and I think that's the key point that I want to pick up on in the presentation today. Now, not only is more green power very important to achieve emissions reduction within Auckland, but it's also really important from a pricing and a business perspective. That there is the current chart of Auckland power prices for 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027, if you go into the market and try to hedge your costs today. $185 a megawatt hour for 2024, more than double the long-term average. And for 2026 and 2027, Auckland will be paying a 33% premium on wholesale power prices compared to the South Island. So this is not only an issue about decarbonisation, it's also an issue about attracting and retaining business and ensuring that we have a resilient energy supply for our city. So what do we need? Well, we need a lot more renewable energy, and we need some of that to be proximate to the biggest load centre in this nation, which is the Auckland City region. And hence why I thought it was very important to share with you the project that we are working on. So Blue Float Energy is a global developer of offshore wind projects. We're working on projects in 11 countries around the globe at the moment, including 2 right here in New Zealand. One of those projects is, please forgive the name, the Waikato Offshore Wind Project. But importantly, one of the connection options that we're investigating is within the South Auckland region at Glenbrook, where there is a Transpower substation co-located with the New Zealand Steel plant. Now, phase 1 of that project, 54 large offshore wind turbines, 22 kilometres off the coast, would have a peak capacity of 810 megawatts. That's 50% of the total peak capacity in the Vector network today. So this can have a material impact on the electricity supply for Auckland, not only for our demand today, but for the growing electricity demand that this city will have through its decarbonisation efforts. Blue Float's working with a local partner, Elemental Group, who's been a long-standing player in the energy system based in Taranaki. And so we're bringing together those local and global capabilities to develop this project. Now, offshore wind has been operating for more than 30 years globally, but is brand new for New Zealand. MB is working on an enabling regulatory framework right now, which is expected to be introduced as new legislation later this year. If that happens, we're hoping to receive feasibility permits in 2025, which would allow us to undertake the necessary site investigation works to mature our project. In addition to delivering the large power for Auckland and the decarbonisation benefits, there's obviously a significant amount of local supply chain and employment opportunities that would come from this. But I think most importantly, as I said before, this is not just a story about decarbonisation, but ensuring that we have affordable and secure and resilient electricity supply for the Auckland region, which all of our great businesses depend on as well. So this is normally the point in a meeting with someone like a council where people say to me, well, what do you want? What do you need from us? And I think the really key opportunity that I want to bring to the council's attention is that not only is the council a significant buyer of electricity today, but if the council carries on with the excellent work that it's doing to electrify its public transport fleet, to decarbonise its venues and other facilities such as water care operations, etc., the council will become a very, very significant procurer of electricity in the future. Now, the council has a unique opportunity here to aggregate that electricity demand, and rather than going to energy retailers and buying power 1 or 2 years at a time, to look for projects in the Auckland region, sign long-term power offtake contracts to incentivise specifically the development of large-scale renewable energy in the Auckland region. That would be very powerful in bringing this new generation to market, and the council could do so strategically, picking the projects that would have a greater benefit for the Auckland City. We would also encourage the council to support the government to carry on with the enabling regulatory framework to ensure these projects can progress. There is a certain amount of clarity required in the consenting framework, given that these projects will be largely based in the exclusive economic zone, but also come in through territorial waters and into the RMA zone. And finally, I think there is a real opportunity here for council to work with developers to design these projects in a way that suits the city's needs. We have choices to make around where O&M bases are located, where port facilities are located, where transmission infrastructure is located, and all of those decisions could be made in a much more beneficial way if done with the council's input. I'm going to pause there. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for the clear presentation. Member Ashby.
Thank you for the presentation. Just one question from me. What relationship, if any, or engagement have you had with iwi about these plans?
Thank you. Yeah, so within the Auckland region, we're working very closely with Ngāti Te Ata. Their environmental manager is carrying out a cultural impact assessment for us right now, and we have also invited them to participate in the design of our environmental survey program, which they are doing, and we greatly appreciate their support in that regard. Of course, our project also extends further south into the Waikato region, so we're also engaged with Waikato Tainui and a number of the coastal hapu along that area, including Ngāti Tahinga and the Whaingaroa Moana Collective based in and around Raglan. Thank you.
Kia ora. I think that's probably all the questions. Just essentially, you've said you've said what we can do, but is there a clearer piece on how we can help from a non-regulatory point of view? Obviously, if you apply for something in our jurisdiction, that just goes through the normal process. But yes. I guess, is it good to meet with myself and Councillor Bartley who chairs Regulatory Committee to kind of understand the process in the intermediary phase, or is it best for us to stay out of that process?
No, I think it would be helpful to explore that further, but I guess, similar to the gentleman who presented before me, I guess I would really encourage the committee to think about whether or not some staff within council could be encouraged to pick this up as an action to explore, as I said, how the council might be able to think about using that procurement power as a tool to promote new investment in renewables in the region. We have had some initial engagement with senior council staff, and the impression I get that they would appreciate some direction, that this is a priority for the council to be pursued and explored further. And so if the committee were willing to make a recommendation of that nature, I'd certainly support that as well.
Most definitely, thank you. I know that our Climate Connect group in Tātaki, Auckland Unlimited, are also working on solar in small scale and
yes.
potentially large scale on stadiums and things at the moment, but wind is not, hasn't crossed my desk
right.
yet on how that would work on a
That's right.
Auckland-wide basis.
I mean, there are plenty of small-scale, diversified renewable options within the Auckland region. There are very few options to build large-scale renewable energy like this. It's quite a unique opportunity within our rohe.
Kia ora, thank you very much. We have just the same resolution, and feel free to contact myself and Councillor Bartley personally, and we can set up a meeting to understand in more detail. Good. Councillor Baker, I'll second. Oh, did you have a question? Sorry. Yeah.
I was going to say that you might like to contact me as well. I mean, I was involved in setting up the one in Wellington on the hills.
Excellent.
I know exactly how you connect and all the things that go wrong. I think it was a good presentation. Well done.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Mayor. Right, all those in favour? Any opposed? Thank you very much for...
Kia ora, thank you.
Right, we have Kath Handley. Kia ora, Chair. Chair Handley is the Chair of the Waiheke Local Board, as we know. Thank you for coming in person today to present to us.
Kia ora, it was rather short notice. Slight change in my morning plans, but delighted to be here. I'm here to support Councillor Lee's notice of motion to make helicopters helipads a prohibited activity in residential areas and helicopter movements. We have been at this a good number of years, and there are a number of other elements to what we are trying to do on Waiheke to control helicopter pad developments that are counterintuitive for both our community but also national standards. I'm really grateful that last time I addressed you, this body passed the motion that introduced MPS 15 noise and vibration. That's the noise and vibration standard that had been on the books for many years and is standard across the country. It's a national planning standard. And that was just introduced over 2 or 3 days at only the cost of the staff required. That was really important to us. There is a second national standard that's been in place since 2010, which is the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, which is not a matter for consideration under the Hauraki Gulf Island District Plan. That should have been introduced, only in the last 13 years. What I would really like today is that you give take note of Councillor Lee's motion, which attempts to get, not attempts, but let's say will, achieve a change in the Hauraki Gulf Islands District Plan, and I would also like you at the same time to implement and ask staff to implement the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. And I'll tell you why. With that, all that does is shift the onus to the applicant for a resource consent to demonstrate they're not doing ecological harm. And of course, that is a major role for this committee. So in all this time, as you know, the Hauraki Gulf has the world's largest collection of seabirds, a number of different breeds of seabird, and many endangered birds. And we now have we have flight paths that go straight over the breeding grounds of rare birds, rare and endangered birds. All we're looking to do is to protect them under the national standard. You know, in all this time that the Hauraki Gulf Island District Plan has been in place, no money has been spent. No money has been spent on making changes that we've asked for on behalf of our islands. And yet every year you allocate a significant amount for changes to the AUP. So for our ratepayers who are funding the changes, like all other ratepayers, to the AUP, we're asking you to please implement a couple of small changes. I don't think any reasonable person would take exception to what Councillor Lee is asking for here. I see there's a hand up, but it's not for me, Chair, it's over here. I get distracted because I chair as well. So that's it really from me, a really heartfelt plea to make the change that is being asked for by Councillor Lee and seconded by Councillor Leone, and to additionally, and by the way, it was back in, let me just see, November that we passed a notice of motion asking that the funding be allocated within the long-term plan for this, and it hasn't been. So it's such a small thing to do to support your islands. We are these huge natural assets in Tamaki Makaurau and the Hauraki Gulf, and we're asking for a tiny thing. It is not anti-helicopter owners, anti-anything. It is pro the ecology and the communities of the Hauraki Gulf, the people who live there. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you for that. Just to clarify, when you say it hasn't been funded in the long-term plan, do you mean specifically a prohibited plan change?
No, I mean there's no allocations under the long-term plan for any changes to the Hauraki Gulf Island District Plan out of, and so within the 10 years, the Hauraki Gulf Islands District Plan is due to be reviewed and integrated. If the timeline was effective, which it won't be, because you know this, it'll be pushed out because there's multiple things coming into council which will take your resources away, which are about national changes, you know, the RMA and all of this stuff. And we have seen everything pushed out time and again. So what we're asking for are these two things to be done in the interim. We've got other reasons that we want the plan changed, but those aren't the subject of today. So we're looking for it in advance of any shifts or reviews, because a review of the Hauraki Gulf Island District Plan is going to take years. And our endangered birds in our community, we don't have years. you know, we've asked for years. Now we just asked for this to be completed. Thank you.
Councillor Ferry, question.
Thanks, Kath, and you'll be aware we've been having a private chat about this too. What I wanted to follow up on was the resolutions from Waiheke, which I'm looking at here from February. So obviously we've got a nom around the plan change aspects of it. But I wanted to follow up with you the stuff around the NZ Coastal Policy Statement and the AUP review, because those aren't currently in the NOM, Notice of Motion. Councillor, I'm going to suggest an amendment for that, but I'll let you know about that in a minute when I've finished the wording. But currently the Notice of Motion is silent on those. Would you like that to be added in? Would that be helpful?
It would be helpful if they were passed, yes. So one of the reasons so if you go back to the timing of this, and I was going to write a supplementary letter, but I didn't have notice that this was coming to this particular meeting. So I haven't had the opportunity to do this. So today so just to reference the other thing that you just mentioned, you said the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement.
And the AUP review funding, because my understanding is that it is in because we have to integrate the Hauraki Gulf Islands District Plan into the AUP.
It is,
and
but
the
we all
review.
know these things are pushed out under pressure, and we all know that the pressure that came on this Plans in Places staff just in the last few years pushed a whole lot of things. Like our area plan was consulted years ago and hasn't surfaced, and that was because of the pressure on the Plans in Places team. One hopes that's the reason.
Okay, so thank you. So the other query I have is that noting that you've got here in your resolutions that we're expecting a more comprehensive communication, I'm assuming from staff, will be shared with the affected boards prior to this committee considering the matter. You passed these resolutions on the 28th of February, that's 2 weeks ago, that's quite a short time frame. Has that communication been received yet?
No.
Okay, and so the fact that this is before us today, before you've had that information, how do you feel about that?
Well, disappointed, but on the other hand, if we were to achieve those two protections, one for our community and one for our ecology, then we would have got a long way towards meeting needs that could then be addressed under the changes to the Hauraki Gulf Island District Plan when it's reviewed and integrated with our AUP.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora, Kath, and maybe Chair Handley. I'm not sure if I should be asking Megan this now or at the NOM, but I guess the decisions we made last year, you understand, were to prioritise a full review of all the helicopter rules as part of and that's what we agreed. So unfortunately, because some of the things you're asking would need to come as a report because this is a NOM, so we're not going to get those answers today, but I guess Megan would you be able to discuss when we're starting the review and the Hauraki Gulf coming into the AUP?
I think I know now what the reference is to the report that came out in December, or your... Yeah.
That memo,
Yes, which I was going to respond to in full because it's, you know, it's got some strengths, but it's got a great deal of weakness as well. And also, there's a lot about immediacy in our environment. You know, our environment is not waiting out there for the resources to do the planned work in a timely way, and that will take years. So the protections are required. They were required years ago. And right now we wouldn't have some of those particular flight paths, not the helipad itself, have been consented because they couldn't have been.
Megan, would you be able to clarify what we passed last year that is prioritising the helicopter review, I guess?
yes, through the chair, and that was in the March 2023 resolutions, and I'm sure Councillor Lee might reference that too when we get to the NOM, notice of motion, sorry. But yes, what is clear is that you have asked us to prioritise this through the review of the unitary plan, which will include the Hauraki Gulf Islands, though I understand from Chair Handley that that timeframe, because it is a few years away, you know, she is understandably arguing that this needs to be done more quickly. And while we completely understand that, my concern is, from a staffing perspective, is having the resources to do that. And of course, you know our views about the prohibition status, which I think is more of a notice of motion, so don't need to discuss that, member, unless you want to. But, you know, there's some tricky technical matters to be dealing with here. Yeah.
Thank you. I do understand that, but a national standard is presumably much easier to implement as it was with MPS 15, albeit noise was already one of those considerations under consent, and the NZCPS isn't. However, it is a national planning standard, and so the whole process of consultation presumably is truncated, if that's the right word, abbreviated. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair Hanley. We don't have any more questions, but I'm sure Councillor Lee would like to move and Councillor Ferry second. Thank you for your attendance. All those in favour? Any opposed? No? Thank you. Kia ora. Right, now we go, are there any extraordinary items? I don't think so, hope not. Right, and now we move to notice of motion. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and morning colleagues and members of the public. This has been a matter which has dragged on for some years. It goes back right to the beginning of the Super City, when complaints started coming in, mainly from Waiheke Island, and they were so vehement that the first chief executive of the council, Doug Mackay, took over the file himself to try and deal with the matter. Of course, the matter hasn't been dealt with. I guess the present process through local boards to the governing body began with a petition from Waiheke Islanders led by Mr. Kim Willoughby, where in a very short time he gathered 1,300 signatures for the council or the governing body to stop helipads on Waiheke Island. Round about the same time, there was a 600-word petition from Aotea Great Barrier, 600-name petition, sorry. 600 names is about every adult on the island, so it's overwhelming. And I think it was in December 2021, the governing body looked at it and put forward a raft of resolutions and had the intention of trying to do something about it. I have to say that Aotea Great Barrier in many ways led the charge, but the Waitemata local board at that time had a similar position to, if they wanted, the Aotea Great Barrier local board wanted a moratorium on consents, which sounds reasonable enough, but the staff are very quick to point out that's not legal under RMA. You can't have moratoriums under RMA, and we must stick to the letter of the law. So then the local board said, well, we would prefer prohibited activity if we can't have a moratorium. Well, that's not really suitable, it's not doable, it's too high a bar, but it is legal. It is enabled under RMA and always has been, and also was enabled in the Town and Country Planning Act before that. RMA, what, 31 years ago, it has, prohibited activity has survived all those reviews, all those changes, all those amendments, all the streamlining and all the cutting of red tape. Prohibited activity is still in there for a very good reason. It was upheld by the Court of Appeal from a challenge by the mining industry and the Ministry of Economic Development wanted to get rid of prohibited activity. It was opposed by Coromandel Watchdog, Auckland City Council and Auckland Regional Council, and the good guys won. So it's still there. In our own unitary plan, we have prohibited activities. If you hear that, if you read the consultant's report, it seems like something like prohibited activity is completely off the wall and impractical, unfeasible, and so on. However, we have prohibited activity relating to genetically modified organisms. We have prohibited activity relating to subdivision in the foothills of the Waitakere Ranges. We have prohibited activity in the Auckland Unitary Plan relating to subdivision in rural areas. We have prohibited activity relating to the discharge of dairy waste to water. We have prohibited activity relating to the discharge of biosolids to water. So we already have prohibited activity. It's there because it's an essential tool when it comes to the sustainable management of natural and physical resources. Members, there's also a health and safety question here. Not only is that noise shatteringly intrusive for the ratepayers who have to live next to these residential helipads, but there is a question, an obvious question, of safety here. Having aircraft land in residential neighbourhoods is not especially safe and it's not risk-free. I'm just amazed that that issue hasn't been addressed more closely. Across the Tasman and Sydney, how do they deal with helipads? Well, under the Sydney Local Environmental Plan, LEP, land use zones in which a helipad may be permissible or prohibited are as below. General residential, prohibited. Neighbourhood, prohibited. Commercial core, prohibited. Business developments, prohibited. Business park, prohibited. General industrial, prohibited. Enterprise corridor, prohibited. Everywhere else it's okay. And I think that's a good example here because what the three sister local boards are arguing here and advising us here in response to their communities is this. Let's make helipads prohibited in residential areas. In the rest of the district and the rest of the, say, the islands, that's okay, we'll make it non-complying. Non-complying is what helipads are on the mainland of Auckland in the AUP. And so what we are saying here with the support of the Waitemata Local Board, which originally asked for prohibited activity during its last term, was persuaded to modify that somewhat. They have gone back to the original stand and are very, very firm on it and unanimous. All the local boards are unanimous on this. And so what the solution they are putting towards the governing body to this regional council is this. The Hauraki Gulf Islands District Plan and the Auckland Unitary Plan will need to be amalgamated. Staff have budgeted for it. It seems to be put off time and again, however, probably because of COVID or something. Anyway, the solution is this. The non-complying activity which relates to the Auckland Unitary Plan should be upheld, except in residential areas, and therefore on Waiheke and on the mainland, it's a similar planning regime, and so it should be under the Resource Management Act, under the effects-based philosophy of the Resource Management Act. Staff in a report somewhere here talk about They've made it much more permissive on the islands to encourage tourism. Well, guess what? The people of the island feel that they have a sufficient level of tourism now, thank you, and therefore let's revert our planning back to sustainable management, and let's revert our decision-making back to the democratic basis of what the ratepayers, what the people want. So this is a responsibility of the governing body as a regional council. 3 local boards, at least, are unanimous on the position in regard to helipads. They've had enough, their communities have had enough. They want the regional council to intervene as a regional council should and make helipads, which are noisy, intrusive and actually dangerous in residential areas, prohibited in residential areas from now on, and non-complying as they are in the city for the non-residential areas. Same in the city, same on the islands. We're all part of the same regional authority. So members, I seek your goodwill and your help to give this request to our staff to prioritise this plan change, to give relief to the communities who have been pleading to us for a number of years now to do something about it. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Councillor Lee. Perfectly timed speaking time there, just under 10 minutes, and that your motion has been seconded by Councillor Leone. I'll move to questions, and Councillor Leone, just check that you're definitely online. I know you are, but just verbally that you've definitely seconded this notice of motion. Oh, yes, cool. Sorry, it was a bit hard to hear there. So we'll go to questions, and remember with the notice of motion, it is not like the report we had last year where there are many technical officers here. We don't have that advice. So Councillor Megan Tyler, Chief of Strategy, will be able to answer some questions more generally, but the questions can be to obviously Councillor Lee in the first. No worries, Councillor. Councillor Dalton, Deputy Chair, first, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Lee, for your notice of motion and the advocacy you have for the local boards and constituents. Look, my question for you, Councillor Lee, is in March 2023, this committee supported the requests, as in the resolutions, for helipads. But that was to be in the review of the Auckland Unitary Plan, and that work starts in July. I just need to seek some clarity. Are you asking for this piece of work around prohibition to be brought forward to now, before the work starts of planning the review in July? And if so, what gets deprioritised so that can happen in terms of the resourcing? And examples would be the work we are currently doing for natural hazards, Plan Change 78, and of course the huge amount of submissions we're making on the multiple MPS changes by the current government.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. It's really getting into the area of management here. We're on the democratic side of the business, relaying the concerns and aspirations of the local boards, and behind the local boards, the community. 1 year ago, we asked staff to prioritise a plan change, including the possibility of prohibited activity. That's not been done. Now, I don't want to go into that. There'll be reasons for that, but it hasn't been done, even though we asked. I understand, I've been advised that there is budget available from underspends. I won't go into the budget lines, but there is a budget available to give this priority. I think we're up to plan change 88. So these plan changes keep coming through, but this is not at the behest of Kainga Ora or the New Zealand Property Council or the other big players that get the plan changes through and the building heights put up again and again and again. This is the ordinary people, the citizens of Auckland, and the people in the areas most impacted by council's policy, which we have imposed on the community without their assent.
Could I have a question of Megan?
Yeah, sure.
Megan,
Councillor.
is there budget underspent to be able to undertake this work right now?
Through the chair, no, we don't have any budget underspend for this kind of work, no.
Thank you, Megan.
I believe the underspend is in policy, but I'm a wee bit at a loss here. But I understand on good advice, so it's all in the wording. And where there's a will, there's a way, and when there's not a will, it becomes difficult, and democracy starts to break down.
Councillor Darby, question.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Mike Lee. My question is for the Chief of Strategy. So, Megan, we've dealt with this a couple of times, and not these particular words, but recognising Councillor Lee's work here. And the work is commencing in July on the review of the unitary plan. My understanding from looking at this before and wanting a similar prohibition status, but probably the outcome much more broad, would these words narrow down your review in terms of helicopter controls? I am thinking this is mainly focused on, say, if we look on the mainland, not the islands, on residential areas. If I look at where Aucklanders are increasingly living, it is in the major centres, the metro centres, which would not be covered by this. I can think of an apartment development that is about to proceed on the Bayswater Peninsula, which is in a marina zone, which would not be covered by this. It wouldn't apply to areas like rural conservation zone, because it's rural, not residential. And it wouldn't apply to the future urban zone. So I'm just wanting you to cast your mind on to what would the review encompass? Would it encompass all of Auckland when we looked at helipad, helicopter landing controls, or would it be a narrow, focused on residential? I guess I'm interested in a holistic look as opposed to a narrow look, because I see the problems just being moved, shunted across to zones that may not have a prohibition on them, like the business zones and sensitive rural and coastal areas, etc.
Through the chair, that's a really hard question to answer. I think any direction like this, for example, if this passed, we would need to focus, as you say, effectively on the residential areas, residential zoned areas, on the islands and in the isthmus. However, to do a good job and a better job, we would need to kind of look at it holistically, as you say, and then say, well, look, if we made changes in these areas, does there also need to be consequential changes? Does that still make sense, say, at a regional level for some of the other zones or some of the other activities? I guess I can't absolutely promise that we would do that, but we would need to take a wider kind of view that if we were directed to make these changes, what kind of consequential changes, if any, would happen in other zones or in other kind of activities. Yeah.
Can I just respond to that also, because
Councillor Lee,
Can I ask you the question,
Sure.
Councillor Lee? Would that be the better way? So, Councillor Lee, I'm concerned that it doesn't extend into, say, future urban zone. That's the future residential in part. There'll be other subzones of that, but that's where Aucklanders will be living in the future. So there's a scenario whereby if there is a prohibition on the residential areas, but a future residential area is arriving in 2028 through plan change, our own, or a private plan change, somebody could leapfrog, get the consent now ahead of the residential zone being applied because your motion doesn't cover the future urban zone. It doesn't. There's some other areas that concern me too, and then you can address, like the coastal ferry terminal zone that I've just given you. There's also there's some rural areas. There's rural coastal zone, rural conservation zone. There are a number of other categories that are sensitive environments where people may not be impacted, but that the natural environment is impacted. So I'm just wondering if you could explain why you've narrowed it to residential and not the other zones where I think there are some significant issues as well.
Well, obviously, as elected people, we're not planning professionals. However, we are obliged to respond to the concerns of our communities as democratically elected people. You will see in my notice of motion that the change we are looking for is in residential areas. Now, you can define that as it is zoned in the AUP, residential, or you could logically, if there's a gap there where people are living, where people are residing in apartments or wherever in the future, you could certainly, that does not exclude that protection going to those people. However, you said we haven't mentioned the other parts apart from of the region, apart from residential or settlement areas. What we are saying in regard to other parts of the region, rural and so on, status quo pertains. Now, it may be that you feel that is inadequate, and then, for good reason, then it's up to us, to you and all of us, to respond if there are any gaps, if you like, in the protection we're trying to give to our communities. It's not in any way exclusive, and it's not meant to be exhaustive or completely a comprehensive review. It's asking for the staff to review the situation on the Gulf Islands and in the city in the Western Bays, to give those people who've been complaining for some years some protection so that they can have the peaceful enjoyment of their homes and properties which they are paying rates so heavily for right now. So that's my response.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Look, honestly, I think my question is probably more appropriately put to the Chief of Strategy, but feel free to chime in. How will the reprioritisation of workload this involves affect our work on responding to the housing reforms?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Look, I think it may well do, and so what I would do, that if this is passed, I would work with the chair and deputy chair to look at that. We know that we've got a substantial workload on already, and it feels like the government's going to be doing some more, and that's what I've been trying to raise, I hope not unhelpfully or obstructively, but there is going to be a resourcing impact on us. And I am concerned about what the government might be coming out that we need to respond to as well, that we might not know about yet. But I would work with the chair and deputy chair around that.
Thank you, Tim Moore, and thanks for being available for questions, by the way. Is it possible that this might delay planning work for flood-affected zones of the city?
Yes, it could. I also know that that would not be an outcome that this council would want either, so I just have to work that through.
Last cue, and I'm not sure how much we can say in a public environment, but are there concerns around legal risk with passing this?
Through the chair, I've been really clear, and I'll say it again if I'm asked, that we don't believe, Councillor Lee is absolutely right that there is a prohibition status in the RMA. That is but you have to be very clear about when that could be used, and I've been very clear that I don't believe that threshold is very high, and I don't believe that this would fit it. I think we would struggle to find the range of technical experts to support us for prohibition.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. So this is just in regard to these amendments that I'm working on to add in the compliance issues that have been raised in Waitemata's resolutions and the Hauraki Gulf Island District Plan issues that Waiheke has raised. So what I'm planning to do is ask this question, get an answer, and then I've got some amendments that I'm going to send through to Councillors Leone and Lee for amendments you might consider by way of addition, because I think we can probably do that in a friendly manner rather than through full amendment process. So Megan, I'm just wanting to understand, so in regard to specifically around the Hauraki Gulf Island District Plan work, so if we did do some work in the short term to amend Rule 13.8.2, which is adding in the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement as a matter of discretion, what impact would that have on workload budgets at your end?
Thanks to the Chair. Yes, it would have an impact. So we obviously haven't budgeted for that, and it's obviously not in our work program. So again, what I would just need to work with the Chair and Deputy Chair is what would fall off or kind of be deferred to enable that to happen, because I'm assuming that would be something, if it goes through, that this committee would want to be done, immediately. And in terms of budget, again, we would just need to spend that money on that plan change as opposed to perhaps what we'd be deferring or stopping as a result.
So can I just get a sense of sort of the size of that piece of work? Because I had sort of thought that might be a smaller process than a full plan change.
Through the Chair, yeah, yes it is. So it would be a plan change nonetheless, because you're changing the provisions in the plan, but it would be very discreet. It would be effectively just a line, adding in those words. So the cost is going to be, it would still be in the tens of thousands, but it would be nothing like the hundreds of thousands, and obviously probably into the millions if you're talking about a long appeal period and of course a whole plan change review. So it's still a cost, but it is clearly smaller than, say, what the notice of motion would generate and require.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll send those through to your emails shortly to the mover and seconder. Thanks.
Kia ora, Councillor. Member Ashby.
Kia ora, thank you. Sorry, this might be another question for you. Megan, the question I have is just, I can't quite recollect. It's really, what is the position of Ngāti Rehua and Ngāti Pawa in regards to this? I don't have any clear info on it, and I would like. I can't quite recall from last year what those positions, if any, actually were.
Through the Chair, I don't know that. I'm happy to see if we know positions, but I know that I've not spoken to them specifically about this kind of issue.
Do you want me? Could I? Obviously, you'll be aware of the situation where there are two representative bodies representing Ngāti Pawa at the present time, and that's a family business that's for them to sort out. I can tell you in regard to Ngāti Rehua, Ngāti Wai ki Aotea, that they are firmly behind this notice of motion, because they feel that, I was talking to the Chair last Friday, in Port Fitzroy there is a kind of search and rescue helipad which is being abused by people on super yachts shuttling and tourism cruise ships shuttling people back and forward, and with the ear-shattering noise in that bay, they feel it's a violation, but that's not their only concern. So that's my response to that.
Thank you, Councillor. I had vaguely recalled them last year.
Also, this relates to Ngāti Whātua's rohi as well, and the whole region actually. So that is something that will need to be consulted with under law with the different mana whenua groups. But I'm pretty sure that they're not going to be that supportive of special privileges for A-listers over the ordinary working folk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Member Ashby. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Chair. Probably a question for Megan and then for Mike, if just some clarification. Megan, in terms of that, you were just talking about the cost a little bit earlier, and I didn't kind of get the feeling that they need to go through any type of public consultative process. So just clarifying, if this goes through and we have to do that work, as part of that still having to go out to the public and get public feedback?
Through the chair, I'll just be clear. So Councillor Ferry was talking about a possible amendment or a comment she's going to make about just doing the addition of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement in the current plan as it stands that Member Chair Handley raised with us. And I said that is a far smaller and more discreet plan change. It would still go out for public consultation. It's the normal Schedule 1 process. Also, clearly, the notice of motion, if we do anything bigger and differently, that still all has public consultation, notification, consultation, hearings, and then, of course, subject to appeal, both of those levels of plan change.
Okay, thanks, Megan. And Mike, just so the public are clear on your position here, a question could be asked, why, for uniformity, just make it non-complying right across the board, including inside residential areas? So why prohibited in the residential versus that perhaps blanket non-complying for right across Auckland?
If we had no practical experience of how non-complying works, it would sound okay. It's obviously a much more stricter level, or theoretically, than restricted discretionary, which was deliberately engineered to be permissive. And so on the face of it, you would say, well, we could, instead of being restricted discretionary, we could have non-complying. That sounds more regulated and with more control. The fact of the matter is non-complying in the city has proved to be something of a disaster if you happen to live next to the successful applicants who win these non-complying, so-called non-complying consents. And the newspapers have been full of these stories whereby the neighbourhoods are divided and embittered because some zillionaire wants to build a helipad in their mansion without any concern to the effects on their neighbours. And so non-complying has not worked in residential areas in the city. Otherwise, I would say that's the easy way out, because staff are deeply adverse to anything to do with prohibited. It's the way things are. However, prohibited is the only tool that will really work and give people certainty and surety. It doesn't take away any resource consent, existing resource consent, but it puts a stop to a problem which is in many ways is out of control.
Kia ora, thank you, councillors. Are there any other questions?
The Mayor did.
Oh, sorry, Mayor. I didn't put you on the list. Mayor Brown, apologies.
Thanks. These are murky waters to tread into, and I understand the views behind some of this. But on the other hand, we are attempting to look at broader involvement in helicopters later this year. And it's very hard to do it in one area. I noticed the Waitemata board. I live in the heart of the city, within a kilometre of the hospital. Helicopters go all night long, saving lives, and they're not unsafe. The police helicopter buzzes around all day long. You get used to it. It's not nearly as bad as the sirens. And I know that on Waiheke there are some people against it, but there are other whole businesses out there that survive on helicopters delivering wealthy people to vineyards. So it's easy to say you're representing our community. There's lots of community out of Waiheke. I really understand what is driving this, but I want to ask, do you expect legal challenges if we embark on this? And is it likely to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars if we embark on this? And can you really limit it just to this area? Because as soon as you talk helicopters, I think Councillor Darby pointed out carefully, they go everywhere. And I was up on the helicopter on Saturday afternoon over the Ellerslie Racecourse. No one seemed to complain. We were bringing the cup in, and I was listening to the traffic, and there were only there was 3 helicopters up that afternoon. 2 of them are at Rotorua, which is on the other side of Waiheke, and they were doing tourism for high-end people who are presumably contributing to the economy there. There wasn't a rash of them. Maybe maybe it's the time of the day that these things are there that are pissing people off. Maybe there's another solution, but I'm very loath to launch us accidentally into a huge cost when we're about to do it in the middle of the year.
Through the chair, yeah. So for the middle of the year, we'll kind of start planning for that holistic review of the unitary plan, which will include the Hauriki Gulf Islands. So I just want to be really clear, we wouldn't be starting, helicopter work, for example, as part of that in the middle of the year, but it will be part of that whole process. And is prioritised because that's what you resolved and asked us to do last year. In terms of the cost, it absolutely will be hundreds of thousands. I think it would go into the millions once you add appeals, because this is a topic that absolutely will be appealed. So yeah, it will certainly cost money whenever you do it, whether it's now or later on.
May I respond just quickly to the Mayor's question in regard to Auckland Hospital helipad, which is very carefully managed. As far as where you live, Mr Mayor, you're about at 1.5 kilometres, I think, at least, from with that particular helipad. You're not next door, and it's not in a residential neighbourhood. The Waiheke Vineyards...
Councillor Lee...
The Waiheke Vineyards are not in a residential area. Rotorua Island is not a residential area. That's why we've crafted, with the local boards, that notice of motion very carefully. It's not taking away anyone's current resource consent.
So I'm just clarifying that I live under the CAA-approved path to the airport, to the hospital, sorry.
Kia ora, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. I guess from me, Councillor Lee, and then I can ask Megan, do you have any concerns that the advice is that prohibited, not only we may not be able to get anyone to actually defend our position, but also it might, we've had advice that it would likely fail, and that would be happening concurrently with the full review, which would unlikely happen because to have a plan change going on for prohibited and a full review at the same time wouldn't work. Do you have concerns that it actually would be counterintuitive to do this work based on the advice we've been given?
I think, to be fair, Mr Chairman, the Council has been dealing with this vexed question for at least 3 years now, and prevaricating, kicking the can down the road is not making the problem go away. In the end, there is a huge and growing public concern about this, and therefore we have to grapple with it. If we go through due process in good faith in response to the wishes of our community and our democratic local boards, and the Environment Court and the Court of Appeal rule against us, the High Court and the Court of Appeal rule against us, so be it. This council oftentimes goes all the way up to the Supreme Court, if you will, on what are essentially legal squabbles. This is a very important matter, and it's an important environmental matter, and it's it's something, and it's a safety issue as well, actually. We should follow the example of Sydney. We're meant to be an international city. This is provincial stuff. Auckland is better than that and needs to be.
Thank you, Councillor. And for Megan, I guess from, I've asked a bazillion questions on this, but what is the process from here would be several years before you even, what we expect is the legal action, because of as far as I understand the timing, because we've just seen email come through that the government is now requiring us not to have not requiring us to have SNAs, which might have an effect on our SEAs, so our significant ecological areas. The plan changes requiring us to do a myriad of MPSs, as well as this council by majority want us to change Plan Change 78, as well as we've got to add the light rail corridor in, and I must have answered every media agency in Auckland during the 1-year anniversary of the floods of why we are still consenting in floodplains, because we are trying our best to convince ministers to allow us to do those hazard plan changes. I know it's not just about money, it's about resource. Could you just maybe go through, even with the best of intentions, there would be years instead of just doing the review, which is what we agreed last year. We've got, to Chair Hanley's point, is it correct that we have budgeted in the LTP to prioritise this work as part of which is what we all agreed last year?
Yeah, through the chair, let me deal with the last matter first. So, Member Handley probably has not seen a line item that says Hauraki Gulf Island kind of included into Auckland Unitary Plan, but in terms of the request of you in the long-term plan conversations and decisions that you'll be making in a few months' time, we have asked for budget in the kind of more of the middle years of the long-term plan in particular, lots of budget to do exactly that review. So there is budget in there. It won't look like a line item that, say, references Hauraki Gulf Islands. So yes, that's our request of you, and that is a decision you'll need to make. In terms of timing, look, I would just be guessing, but it is months. It's probably at least a year before we would be able to have all of the technical evidence, if we can even get it, to put together this plan change. So the wording itself is probably the least time taken. It's all of the evidence and information that's required to prove or put your case about why these matters need to be prohibited in these zones. So it would be at least a year away. That would go through the public hearing process, as Councillor Sayers has raised. So, and that will be at least another year or two as well. So by the time a decision would be made, it would be some years away. And then, of course, there may well be appeals. I would expect there absolutely would be appeals. So that's the kind of time frame without being absolutely certain. And then, of course, the cost that just goes with all of that.
And I guess to make it really clear, because I've pushed, because I agree with you, Councillor Lee, everything you've said today, I agree. I guess my situation is I've been asking, and if you could be clear, and I know it's hard to give legal advice, but Megan, why prohibited of a whole region is against advice, as opposed to non-complying or a full review, which we've already supported? Why is that likely to be so hard to prohibit on a region-wide basis? And why is it against advice?
So through the chair, look, it is, we take cognizance of case law. I know Councillor Lee raised some case law. There's not huge amounts, but there is some in relation to prohibited activities. That's also why, even in the unitary plan, again, Councillor Lee is right, we do have some prohibited activities, but and the main one that we have is the demolition of Category 1 heritage buildings, i.e. at a national level, actually, they are the most important buildings in New Zealand and therefore the ones that are based in Auckland. That is prohibited. That has been able to be argued thus far through the courts. It is our advice, both mine, my team's, and legal advice, that we believe it will be very difficult to meet that threshold for this kind of activity. Clearly, the only way we could be absolutely certain, of course, is to go through the process. But we are just providing you our very clear advice that we don't think that it would stack up, and that there would be a lot of particularly legal but also technical noise, probably environmental, various other levels of expertise that will be required to prove that through both a hearing process and ultimately the courts. And therefore, we are trying to tell you we don't think this is a viable option and therefore good value for money in terms of prohibition status. That doesn't mean we shouldn't look at the issue. We will do that, but we would not be recommending prohibition.
And so a full review could come out with a position of prohibition, but then by then we would have had, as in my understanding, that we'd have a look at all regulations and all ways to do it. And it, I guess, talking to you, is it correct that if it failed, we're back to square one and we've missed the whole review? So we couldn't get all the little improvements that may actually help.
I don't expect that through this board review that we would still come up with prohibition, but we might come up with something else, something like non-complying activity or something, that's been mentioned a few times. But again, that's a policy decision that we would come back to you and say this is more arguable, or yes, we believe we could support this if you wanted to change it. I still don't believe we would come back with prohibition. You've asked us in March last year to prioritise this in the review and to look at the settings and whether they're right. So that is what we would do. I don't see us coming back with prohibition for the reasons I've tried to outline.
Kia ora, thank you. Right, into debate. Are there any, Councillor Ferry, sorry, you've got some additional...
Yeah, so I've got an amendment by way of addition, which I have sent to the mover and seconder. And the seconder has indicated they're okay with adding them on. So it adds on a 6 and 7 VI and VII.
Is Councillor Lee supportive of?
I don't know. I think we might need to have them up on the screen.
I've never seen this, I've never heard about it before.
Oh, so apologies, Councillor Lee. Councillor Ferry has been emailing it to you, but you may have missed through the debate. We might just take a quick 5-minute break to discuss that with Councillor Lee. Otherwise, it will be an amendment by addition as opposed to adding it in. Or is that what you'd prefer, Councillor Lee?
Maybe we take the adjournment to have a look at it. Yeah.
Just 5 minutes.
That's okay. Thank you.
Right. Kia ora, everyone. Right, so we have the addition that was proposed by Councillor Ferry but has been incorporated to Councillor Lee and Councillor. Notice of motion. You can see them on what around the methods to more effectively measure to the consent. Correct word ask around giving residents clearer pathways to lodge complaints. We obviously do have complaints, but there is concern around that is not easy and the complaints don't get followed up in the correct way, but we are working on that behind the scenes. And then E, which is noting the need to integrate the Hauraki Gulf Island District Plan with the Auckland Unitary Plan at a later date, which is what we all approved last year, so it's essentially just reiterating that again. And then staff prepare the plan change to amend that Rule 13.8.2 to add the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement as a matter of discretion to be considered in the helipad consent applications, which we believe we can do discreetly and very simply, and it's nowhere near the cost of the other plan change. And then confirm that the Hauraki Gulf Island District Plan amendments will be funded as part of the Unitary Plan review budget, which, as far as I know, is already in the budget. So that's reconfirming that. So I would like debate on this, so we can debate the whole motion, but I will note that personally I will be asking it to be split into two, because people have said they would like to vote for parts, so I will work that out at the time. Member Henare, did you have a debating point? We've moved into debate, or is that a question?
More of a comment, but I'll wait till this is over and then reserve my right to have a comment right at the end.
Okay. So Councillor Lee has had his turn to debate. Is there anyone else who would like to debate this? I've got no speakers at the moment. Oh, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Yeah, look, difficult one for me, eh? I feel like in an almost impossible position because, you know, I do hear the concerns of the residents involved here. I don't really want to minimise that at all. I can say that even though it's necessary, the Eagle helicopter is over my house most nights and a lot of places in my ward, never mind the scourge of siren battlers and all kinds of things as well that inhibit the ward over summer. So, you know, I know firsthand and kind of secondhand through my constituents how this can be a challenge, and we do want to address it as soon as we can. So, however, look, I feel like some of us here are on a bit of a wider mission to fix decades of housing planning disasters in the city that have left large parts of the best available land for housing still prohibited, locking 99% of Auckland's residents out of some of that best land, any hope of moving in and setting up their lives. We have a process to address that situation, and that will be embarked upon in July, and I really welcome that. You know, and this mission does include fixing the issue of our repeated building and floodplains. We're still building in dangerous areas. And I'm kind of feeling like I can't risk delaying that work. I feel like my constituents would not allow me to do that. I feel like their concerns of addressing that is really important and needs to be prioritised as well. The only other issue I have with it, with respect, I can't sign up to take on costly legal risk. I mean, part of the discussion today was around tourism operations. That's companies, right? Companies that can sue people. And I'd imagine that tomorrow they'll be calling their lawyers if we pass this today. You know, when you're messing with that, and, you know, sometimes we choose to mess with that. Sometimes we choose to go down that path, but you do need very strong advice and a holistic approach to the wider problem to make things defensible. And that holistic approach, thankfully, is being embarked upon in a few short months. I think we should trust that process. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Chair, Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. Supporting what Councillor Henderson said, actually, and taking more of a pragmatic approach with the knowledge that I have of the workload that's coming through to our committee, Chair. And as I mentioned before, the significant work that we're having to turn around in 2 and 3 days back to central government on changes to the MPS, let alone the important work that we're doing around natural hazards, Plan Change 78, and seeing as how we are now in the year where the planning will start for the Auckland Unitary Plan refresh, I can't support bringing this piece of work forward. I mean, we all supported this in March 2023, except for me actually, who voted against prohibition based on the legal advice. But other than that, we're supportive, and it is in a process. It's being planned, it's being funded as part of that piece of work. Thanks, Councillor Ferry, for adding in your amendments that address issues raised by the Waitemata Local Board and Waiheke Local Board by Chair Handley. That's been really, really helpful. Thank you for that. So thank you, Councillor Lee, for your consistent battling for the ordinary Aucklander. You are consistent and you listen and you do your job well as a representative for them. So I won't be voting for A to C. I can support D to E. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll briefly speak before Councillor Watson.
I guess my attitude to this one would be a bit different if it weren't for the fact that this issue has been round for a number of years now. I can remember some fairly passionate debate in the last term of council, and it would appear that things haven't really changed too much. In fact, if anything, they appear to get worse. We now have a situation in respect of this notice of motion where we have 3 local boards want this plan change progressed, and I note from their submissions that that was unanimously passed in each of those local boards. So that's a very powerful message from the other arm of the Auckland Council governance sector. I don't necessarily take a lot of comfort from the comment that really and people have referred to this work starting later in the year, but what was also said by the Chief of Strategy is that they wouldn't be starting the helicopter work in the middle of the year, and then we had, once again this reference to cost. So with all due respect to some of the people who have talked thus far, there seems to be a lot of barriers getting put up to really just keep pushing this out. And I'll refer to what we are pushing out here. One of the local board people in an email that I assume went out to a number of councillors referred to the excessive repeated noise, which has a huge impact on the well-being of residents, and it's unfair to impose this burden on people living in residential neighbourhoods on our coastline. Councillor Lee referred to ear-shattering noise. This isn't just the type of activity that can be glossed over if you're one of the affected parties. That has an ongoing and immediate impact on people's life. Councillor Lee referred to safety issues, and actually when I reflected on that, and given some of the events around the world, when you think of helicopters coming into residential areas, we're surrounded by other houses, people, in over beaches. As acquaintance of mine in Herne Bay, I'm not exactly in the habit of spending too much time in Herne Bay, but a friend of mine lives up there, and he was talking about his daughter and their friends and their experience just down at one of the beaches in Herne Bay when this helicopter comes in. So this is happening now. We've had it in our suitcase for 3 years, and the response today is to push it out, but to push it out with no real guarantee that work's going to get picked up in any timely fashion at that point. So I'm going to support Councillors Lee and Leone here and the 3 local boards who they're speaking on behalf, and no doubt the wider community that are affected by this, because really, and to quote the individual I was talking to, that there's a perception in the community that, you know, the council's not willing to take on the big boys and girls, and by default that means, well, just suck it up, you know, just suck up the ear-shattering noise, or that repeated noise for little kids as a helicopter comes buzzing over. That's not what we're meant to be here for. I don't necessarily agree with the notion that that cost factors can just be drawn out of the hat when it suits. I remember back to the infamous marina strategy that was just shot down on a cost, again on a cost basis. Same argument, it almost can be used to defeat anything then. This is an important point. It's here and now. It's been ongoing. We have a plea from the local board and the councils affected to do something to progress it. Within the wording that's there, there's the ability to do that and to send a signal to the various departments of council that this is a priority, that there should be a response to it, and to actually, more importantly than anything, to be responding to this long-standing concern of residents that continues to go unresponded to in any meaningful fashion. So I'll be supporting this. I think the arguments that have been put up, you know, in respect of other, you know, the Eagle helicopter, the Westpac rescue helicopter, for goodness sake, you know, taking dying or injured people to the hospital, or the police trying to chase down a crook, that's not what we're talking about here. They're essential services. These other helicopter trips are not essential, but they're having an effect on the communities that are impacted by them. So I'll be supporting this notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Member Henare, would you like to speak now?
Chair, thank you. Just a couple of points. One, I always worry when we do things in isolation, and for better or worse, there might be some unintended consequences down the line. And I would rather that the council as a whole got its A into G in terms of a complete plan of attack on the issue of the ins and outs of helicopters. Secondly, I can't see a hell of a lot of consultation with iwi Māori, short of Councillor Lee saying he spoke to somebody last week, which is, in my opinion, not good enough. I also worry, and I just got to agree with Councillor Henderson about where's our focus. You know, where is the focus on the mitigating of what happened a year ago, and also the building of thousands and thousands of houses that we need so our people can get in and get a house, to get a home. I think this is a distraction, admittedly a distraction that's been going on for far too long, but a distraction nonetheless. And I will, short of voting no, abstain on this. Thank you.
Kia ora, Member Henare. Next, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. I won't speak for too long because I think my comments have largely been captured by Councillor Watson, but we all bring our memories into this debating chamber, and this debate is reminiscent for me of my time in Parliament when the prohibition of mining on the Coromandel was a hotly contested issue where pressure was put on communities to constantly be fundraising. When it was brought up, it was always suggested that the Crown Minerals Act and the RMA would deal effectively or more effectively and more comprehensively with the issue. But ultimately, it left those communities with uncertainty. And it took leadership at that time, and it occurred in a non-partisan way between Sandra Lee, Judith Tizard and myself to get that before a select committee that it could actually be dealt with effectively. And I don't hear anybody today talking about repealing that piece of legislation. So for me, it's about leadership. We will hear endless arguments to and fro on why we shouldn't do something, but on something as fundamental as this that has a huge impact on the environment, I applaud Councillor Lee for taking leadership on it, and I will be supporting him today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I had written a very long set of bullet points in a long speech, and as Councillor Henderson spoke, I crossed each and every one of them off. So I am completely ditto exactly the words of Councillor Henderson, and I will be voting against it.
Thank you, Councillor. That was very frank and straight to the point. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Look, as I alluded to in my questions, and as you well know, Chair, you and I have been working on this for a while to review helipad locations and the activity status, but not just the activity status, the underpinning assessment criteria and rules, etc. But what I point out is the way the motion is written at the moment is not taking an Auckland-wide view. So some of the zones that I want to let you know, and these are just some of the zones that are not covered by this, are zones like Rural Conservation Zone, the Rural Waitakere Ranges Zone, the Waitakere Foothills Zone. These are really sensitive environments. The Coastal Marina Zone, the Coastal Transition Zone, Special Purpose Zone, the Green Infrastructure Corridor Zone, Business Metro Centre Zone. Now that's where all the vertical living is happening. It's residential living, but it's not in a residential zone. It's in a metro zone. And if you can think Newland, Monaco, Takapuna, Newmarket, and the list goes on. So those people are not being cared for in this motion. You've got the open space zones, all of them are not covered by this. So my plea, and look, I've been, you and I, Chair, have been pushing this with the Chief of Strategy for a couple of years, is that we definitely do get stuck into this and have an Auckland-wide lens on the review of helicopter movement. And of course, that doesn't limit it to the activity status. That's not what you do in planning. You look at the activity status, and then you look at, well, what discretion do you have to take into account certain things? You know, what is it in your assessment criteria? You need to look at all of that too, all the underpinning rules. And then I would suggest that when we get to helicopters, Chief of Strategy, that we actually need to really start to refresh and look at the impact that drones and other vertical aircraft that have arrived and will arrive, how we actually take that into account in the review of so-called helicopter activity and helipads, because there's a whole new arrival of vertical transport, and it'll be of people soon, and they won't be called helicopters, they're called drones, and we know all about that now. So at the moment, this wording is limited to helicopters. Well, there's a whole other area that we need to take into account now, and I would anticipate that our review leads into that as well. So for that reason, I think we need to wait and do it holistically, do it through an Auckland-wide lens, and capture all the various areas that I've just given you a sample of that are outside of what this notice of motion intends to be limited to. This does address, you know, people of Herne Bay and other places in the islands, but it omits so many Aucklanders and the impact that helicopter movement and landing and takeoff has on them.
Kia ora, Councillor Darby, thank you. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. I just wanted to note a couple of things about what's happened since the resolutions a year ago. So we did have I'm just trying to open the right window. We did have an update on some of that action, and some of it's actually been somewhat encouraging. Clearly we wouldn't have this in front of us and wouldn't have 3 local boards asking for change if we'd solved it. But I would just note that one of the things we passed last time was and I just want to get the word right, implement National Planning Standard 15. And we voted on that on the 30th of March. That was updated in the district plan on the 20th of April. And so that's some reasonably quick action from council in my experience. And since then we've had 8 complaints, acknowledging there is an issue with the wording around the complaint system, which is why that is covered up there. And those complaints were, as Councillor Darby points out, quite regional in nature: Devonport, Coatesville, Waterview, Howick, Albany, Takatu, Baddeley's Beach and Takapuna. So yeah, I just wanted to make the point around that potentially has had some impact, but there is further to go on the journey. I'd also note the Civil Aviation Authority has undertaken and hopefully commenced, because they said they were going to start in December, a review of their areas of responsibility, because we only have takeoff and landing. And we've talked quite a bit about flight paths and the noise in flight, and that does sit with the CAA. So pleased to see that they're hopefully picking that up. And particularly the issue about mandatory responders, which was a big matter last time we talked about it. Responders, transponders, one of those words. So I've learnt a lot about helicopters in the last year and a half, but still not an expert. So what I wanted to point out is in regard to D&E, we've had a number of speakers against the earlier part of the motion. I'm not sure how they feel about D&E, but that's okay. I guess we'll find that out soon. But part of the point here is that awareness that the first part of the motion is potentially quite controversial, wanting to make sure that we do get something through for these local boards in particular and these local communities. So noting that they did have, in particular Waitemata in their February resolutions, requests around compliance and enforcement of compliance, and so that's the origin of D. And Waiheke had E, and I suspect, but I might be overreaching here, that also applies for barrier. Not sure. Looking at Lizzie and Izzy, and she's nodding. So I'm hopeful that if the first part doesn't pass, if the second part will pass, and that will give these local boards and their communities some ways forward. Noting that we are looking there in EA. At a much smaller scale plan change, which could happen alongside the earlier one if the earlier one passes, or could happen separately, so if it fails. So just wanted to make those points. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you to Councillors Lee and Leone for accepting those additions. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Chair. I've gone to this open-minded chair and listened to all the pros and cons, and there are lots of pros and lots of cons about supporting Councillor Lee's notice of motion. I think we've had some very good advice from officers, both in terms of ability to cope with extra workloads or build those into programs if there was the political will to support Councillor Lee's motion. We've also been warned about potential legal costs, and if we try put fully prohibitive zones right across Auckland. So looking into my conscience, I've decided how I'm going to vote on this. I think it boils down for me Councillor Lee, that you've stood up, perhaps bravely, wanting to support local democracy, and you began your presentation to us along those lines. You're trying to represent the voices of your constituents. You're trying to support the voice of your local boards, let alone one, but three. You're wanting to support the voice of democracy and the voice of Aucklanders. We've heard that this would go out for public consultation. There would be opportunity for Aucklanders to comment on that. There'd undoubtedly be advice around the prohibited zonings as well. So because of that, because of your stand and your point of principle here, and particularly I'm going to support your notice of motion, and I'm also going to support right through to E.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Chair. I feel like I've been away for a week and I've come back in a parallel universe. Maurice Williamson agreeing with Shane Henderson. It's quite significant. Look, can I firstly just commend Mike and Kath in the way in which they've presented, and I just want to acknowledge Izzy, who's from Aotea Great Barrier, sitting at the back there quietly. But look, I'm really struck, and I just want to acknowledge Julie too for those for D and E. But A, B, and C sit uncomfortably for me, and I get the issue. I live next door to a neighbour who has a helipad, and beside a gliding club with a 350 Chevy motor in their tow plane, and in the flight path of Ardmore and Auckland Airport. So I know, experience a little bit of noise from up above, so I get it. But I'm really nervous about the use of notices of motion in this for such a important and what would normally be such a robust process. And I use a word, and I sort of revert back to a word that Mike uses a lot in this room. It doesn't have enough rigour for me to support A through to C. I will be supporting, and I like D and E, so I'm glad that you're prepared to split those out, Chair. There's not enough there for me. I'm nervous about notices of motion that cut across really good process, and people know I sort of like a good process. So won't be supporting A through to C, sorry Mike, and Kath and Izzy, but we'll be supporting D and E because we need to do something.
Thank you, Councillor. Last speaker, and before I wrap up and go back to Councillor Lee, Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to everyone. Sorry I was late in. I have read this stuff on Nexus and listened to what has happened since the break. I am too quite conflicted with this. Living on the north head of the Manukau Harbour, under the fringe of the Waitaki Ranges, and having plenty of craft to go over us in the flight path of the airport, let alone tourism helicopters, and now drones coming off the beach and having a fly around. I understand it completely, and I do not want to, I understand the three boards are unanimous, but I also have listened to everybody here about how complex this is, and it's gone back a lot further than my history. I think I will be abstaining on this because I don't have enough understanding of the matter to make a proper, considered decision. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor, and thank you for that. And that is part of the issue with the notice of motion, Councillor, is that this is so complex that we don't have the officers and technical, apart from thankfully Megan could, but to give us the advice on this. Thank you, Councillor Lee and Councillor Leone, and our board chairs that are here, Izzy and Kath and Alex. I know you're... Yes, I acknowledge Izzy. So thank you for coming over. We did go through a lot of this last year, and I think that's why I'm a little bit... I was a bit concerned that this came back because we all, not all, but we actually, nearly all of us, agreed with the way forward, which was to add that National Planning Standard 15, which is since that decision, we actually haven't had any applications or processing of, not that it may be the cause, but just in the last year we haven't had any consents in the residential area. We also were very clear that this had to be done as a full review, and we agreed and debated for quite a long time, I think about 4 hours like today. We agreed that it would be going full for the full review, and everyone who's spoken today did agree with that way forward. So to have this come back and remove that decision that we made together last year is a bit frustrating. I do understand the frustration of the residents and those who want this to happen faster, but my concern is we've had strong advice, and I've asked for legal advice and everything else outside this meeting, that we will spend hundreds of thousands, potentially millions, on a process that will likely fail, and we will likely not have technical experts supporting the council's position, which is very difficult to do a plan change without technical advice or without the ability to stand up and back us on these decisions. What we did decide last year was to have that full review, which could have a multitude of different changes to the rules, to the regulatory impacts, to the zoning, across all parts of Auckland, as Councillor Darby says, that wouldn't leave out the areas that Councillor Turner just spoke about, which are left out of this decision. So a full review, and I assume the full review will not go ahead in the middle of a judicial process like a plan change. So not only will we have a plan change that's likely to fail and cost us a lot of money and delay many other plan changes, we will also lose the ability to do the full review through the unitary plan when we bring the Hauraki Gulf Island District Plan in, because you cannot be doing those same very public things at once. So that will be a huge loss, I think, to the decision we made last year and the work with the local boards at the time to ensure that. I won't be supporting A, B and C, so we will be splitting those out so people can have the choice. But of course I will be supporting, and thank you Councillor Lee for accepting Councillor Ferry's positions there. And this has been the feedback that I've heard from community and from local board members, has been about these things. We have changed as much as we could from the resolutions last year, but these will continually improve. If we do that small minor plan change to add the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, that will add another layer of environmental things we can look at to prevent helipads in the interim while the full review is happening. So, and we definitely need to, and I've had regulatory team and compliance email me other evidence this morning and yesterday around the tools we need to be doing the current, dealing with the current helipads. But as Councillor Ferry says, we've also had to push that out to the CAA because we don't actually have decision making over some of this. So I'm sorry, Councillor Lee, I know desperately you want to get this outcome for your communities, and Councillor Darby and I and others have been working on this for a long time to try and progress, but I feel like we have to do it the full review way to get the best outcomes. And I can think of nothing worse than A, delaying hazard plan changes that people are demanding, and B, ending up through a very expensive process that we lose and end up with no change at all. That will take about the same amount of time anyway when you're looking at a 2 to 3 year process. So I'm sorry that I can't support that. It is not a binary that I suddenly support helicopters. I don't know anyone who owns a helicopter, or have not been in a helicopter in Auckland ever in my life. But this is about making sure the process is right, and we're continually to improving it for Aucklanders. And I feel the move straight to prohibition for a whole region, the advice is we just will not get that through, and we will waste a lot of money. Councillor Lee, you've got a right of reply.
And I'll be brief, Mr Chair, and thank you, Mr Chair, and members for the largely constructive contribution to the debate on this very important matter. I just want to pick you up, Mr Chairman, on the resolution we passed just about 1 year ago, and why we have come back again. The resolution, the key part of it was to request that the officers report back on how a plan change to give effect to option 4, which is prohibited in residential areas, could feasibly be included in the budget for future public and private plan changes for the Hauraki Gulf District Plan and the Auckland Unitary Plan. The assumption of most people who support it was the budget was the forthcoming budget, That was the one we signed off later that year on the 30th of June, but at least in this budget, we haven't really seen that, and that's why, with the problem ongoing, we brought it back. Myself and the 17 other local board members, that was our unanimous view. In regard to the concerns raised by Councillor Darby, he did, to be fair, mention this to me when I was intending to bring a notice of motion to change the situation on the Aotea Great Barrier. He suggested a regional approach, and that is what we have done in effect. If you think about it, the status quo throughout the region on the mainland in the Auckland Unitary Plan is non-complying, and in the Gulf, restricted discretionary. We want to, that is no longer satisfactory, and having two different activity classes for the same activity it is not really sensible planning in our view. Now, in terms of prohibited activity, and this may be a fault in the wording of the resolution, most of the zones that Councillor Darby ruled out from the Unitary Plan already activity, helicopter activity or landing, more to the point, helipads are already prohibited by way of civil aviation rules. There's no chance of getting a helipad in your backyard in Mount Eden or Henderson or, inland of, Forest Hill or something like that. Civil aviation prohibit that. The only place where you can have a helipad is if you have a coastal property in the Unitary Plan so that you can approach it by sea. So perhaps it should have been residential areas in the coastal environment. But the staff, we have expert planners here, and they know full well what the implications of this are. Now, Member Henare questioned my comments about the Ngāti Rehua, Ngāti Waiki Aotea Trust Board. I will refer him to Mr. Opo Ngāwaka and the Management Committee. If he also refers to the attachment to the resolution, the real concerns of Ngāti Rehua are referred to in the Aotea Great Barrier Local Board resolution, where it says in 9, highlight the Hauraki Gulf Islands plan originally allowed helipads due to limited aircraft infrastructure. However, alongside Mana Whenua, and the Aotea Great Barrier Local Board is working and consulting with their neighbours, Mana Whenua, all the time. We believe the existing Claris and Okiwi airfields offer sufficient accessibility. I'll just make that point. Moving on. In the end, members, it comes down to where there's a will, there's a way, and if there's not a will, we have the status quo, which has dragged on for years. I talked about the resolution of 1 year ago. I want to go back another year, 2 years ago, and there was further controversy about this issue, and it was a time when Councillor Darby was chair of the Planning Committee, and there was some criticism of the council, but the council tried to reassure the public that there would be a region-wide study to investigate the activity of helipads and helicopter uncontrolled chopper flights and so on. The study would run alongside staff taking another look at which consent category was best for helipads, said Planning Committee Chair Councillor Chris Darby. We're by no means kicking this topic to touch at all, Darby said. And that was 2 years ago, and the danger is if we don't go along with this and we don't support the local boards, this really is kicking it for touch again, going through the Unitary Plan and finding every every zone in the plan, reading them out and saying we're not covering that. That is, in effect, looks like, may not be meant, kicking for touch. So I just want to say one more thing, Mr. Chairman, and that is it comes down to democracy. It comes down to the relevance of this governing body. And I note with deep interest the words of our new Chief Executive, Phil Wilson, who advised the members of the governing body that he wanted this organisation to be more democratic, to be more democratically led. And he felt that that was a way for this council to build bridges with the people of Auckland, who at this stage tend to be somewhat cynical and alienated from the council and its CCOs.
Councillor,
a more democratic council,
Councillor,
and this is what I'm asking
Councillor, you're well
for your support
over
today.
time now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, we will vote on A to C, was it? Yep. So all those in favour?
We're doing a division.
Oh, are we? Okay, I didn't know if a division had been called or not. Right, we're doing a division on A to C, first part.
Thank you, members. You're voting on the motion on the screen. Councillor Hills.
No.
Member Ashby.
Abstain.
Councillor Baker.
No.
Who's it?
Councillor Bartley.
No.
Mayor Brown.
I heard him just then. Mayor Brown, we heard you come off mute and then...
We can come back to him. Councillor Deputy Chair Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
No.
Councillor Ferry.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Foley.
For.
Member Hinare.
Abstain.
Councillor Henderson.
No.
Councillor Lee. Councillor Leone.
For.
Councillor Newman. Not there. Councillor Sayers.
For.
Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Turner.
Hello?
For.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Williamson.
Against.
And if we can go back to Mayor Brown.
He unmuted again.
No.
3 hours to build the voice in the chat. If you come up to me in the last few minutes and said, I just need 3 hours and 30 minutes, it's too much. Just pace yourself. You've got 2.5 hours to go. No one ever really wants any more because it's 3 o'clock, so that's just a little.
Do you want to just mute that, whoever
We've got Megan
is
coming
on?
out. We've got
So the motion was lost 8 votes to 10.
for the person that has invited you to this event and acknowledge how amazing they are.
We'll move to the next.
Thank you. So now we'll take a division on D&E.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, and I just go to the protocols that were made obvious to elected members a little while ago. Could you please refresh, because I'm not sure it's a genuine question, what the protocol is when it comes to votes and attending the item and then making a vote, because I have some concerns with the way the voting was recorded in that vote there. I wonder if the democracy advisors could tell me if there was any protocols that were made clear to councillors early in terms of voting and attendance at items.
Sorry, so through the chair, the current process is that members can attend the meeting via electronic link. They are classed as part of the quorum and they can vote accordingly, whatever they so fit. Does that answer your question, Councillor Watson?
I think it does if there's no other detail as to the attendance of those items, because there is a concern there, obviously.
Thank you, Councillor. I do wish that everyone could attend in person, but there are obviously very many people, various reasons, that cannot attend.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just to make it clear, it wasn't people online, it's where people suddenly appear for a vote to register their vote, not the fact that people are online listening to the debate and participating in it in some instances.
Right. According to Sandra, the Mayor has been on the whole time. I don't know any other way to get everyone to debate, or normally there are a lot of people in cafes and different things listening online. I would prefer that is not the case. I'm not sure what noise we could hear, but the Mayor did try and come on 3 times, but whether he kept muting I'm not sure. Right, Councillor.
Just in terms of meeting management, I would sort of seek future direction, maybe not this question for today, but people coming in during an item as well. I would say that if the concern is so, we need people to be here for questions and debate the whole thing.
Yeah, I have asked personally after multiple issues last year that we have a review of these, and that hasn't been, because it often happens at this committee where inappropriate things, unfortunate things happen, especially with the online. So I think there's a broad number of things that need to be addressed. That is up to all of us. That Phil Wilson has told me it is up to us to deal with those, change standing orders, change the way we're working, etc. So happy to have a workshop together on that. Right, we'll move to the next.
One question, Mr. Chairman. In regard to the standing order about amendments not constituting a direct negative, in regard to amending a resolution by addendum, if you will, with the consent of the original mover, but then voting against the resolution or the motion that you were amending, is that not really in effect another way of having a direct negative against that motion?
Can I have a point of order? Are we not in the middle of a vote?
Yeah, we are in the middle of a vote, and I'm sorry, Councillor Lee, I shouldn't have allowed all of these questions, but I did, and apologies, Councillor Darby, we're in the middle of a vote. So I'll take the, is it D to E, now by division.
Thank you, members. So you are voting on the additional clauses moved by Councillor Lee, which is on the screen now. Councillor Hills.
Yes.
Member Ashby.
Abstain.
Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown. Councillor Dalton.
For.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
For.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Foley.
For.
Member Hinare.
Abstain.
Councillor Henderson.
Yes.
Councillor Lee. Councillor Leone.
For.
Councillor Newman is still not present. Councillor Sayers.
For.
Councillor Stewart.
No.
Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Watson,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson, Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
We'll try Mayor Brown again. Not present.
Thank you, councillors. We will. We want to go obviously for a break, but we might move quickly. Oh, sorry, I declare that carried. Thank you very much for the debate on this very important issue. We'll move quickly to the Pukekohe operative, because that should be a quick before we go to lunch. Railway item 14, is it? Yes, item 14. And Katrina, kia ora.
Through the chair, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Katrina David tōku ingoa. This is just a really quick one. The purpose of this item is to make Plan Change 87 operative in the unitary plan. Plan Change 87 is a private plan change which rezones just under 8 hectares of land in Pukekohe from the future urban zone to the general business zone. The plan change also introduces a new precinct to address transport and roading matters, and also applies the stormwater management area overlay to manage effects on increasing impervious areas. A panel of independent hearing commissioners has made the decision to approve the plan change with modifications following the public submission and hearing process. The decision on the plan change was publicly notified and was not appealed, so the plan change can now be made operative with the approval of this committee.
Kia ora, thank you very much.
And that's all.
Very straightforward. I'll just, Councillor Baker would like to move and Councillor Dalton would like to second. Are there any questions? Thank you. Doesn't look like there are any questions. Thank you, Katrina. You can head back to what you were doing. Kia ora, thank you very much. Is there any debate on this one? Councillor Baker, did you want to say anything on this? No. Very simple. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Thank you. We'll be back at 1:25, so we've got some lunch. Thank you. Kia ora, we're just checking if we have 1, 2, 3. Kia ora. People have left to attend the Kiwi Rail the item 10, regional events grant. Dave, thank you. There's the link as well, but you should be fine.
Kia ora koutou. I'm the Senior Advisor, Events and Regional Services and Strategy. This report provides our recommendations against the applications for the second regional event funding round. We continue to be experiencing lower numbers of applications or suitable applications than we have in the past. That's something that's has been occurring since COVID. We know the reason for that in some cases, that some events have ceased occurring, others have missed application deadlines, and in some of the one-off events that we might be funding, I think they're finding it harder to get off the ground these days with increased costs. So what we have done in this case is we've provided, recommended funding for all the suitable events that did apply. They've all applied in the past, and we're suggesting increased funding for them to recognise the inflation and costs for running events. Further, we're seeking a delegation to enable us to potentially distribute the remaining balance of unallocated funding prior to year end. This will be through us staff involved candidate events that meet our funding priorities.
Very clear. Councillor Ferry said she would like to move. Is there a seconder? Councillor Henderson. I just have one question around, and we did discuss it in the pre-agenda, around meeting council saving targets in the current financial year. It's not my most favourite. Obviously, meeting savings targets is important, but these grants had been well fought for, and I know that might have missed out. Is that going events have been funded properly before we?
Yes, our primary aim will be to effectively distribute that funding before year end.
Thank you. And I know there have been discussion maybe with Takapuna Winter Lights, as it was festival was a large regional event, but Elemental was having a hiatus. So if we could, is it confirmed that we're talking to them as potentially to help them maybe?
Yes, we became aware of that situation last week and had been in contact with them, and I actually met with them yesterday, obtaining additional information off them to have a look at that.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions? No, fairly clear. Is there any debating points? No, just these are awesome set of events that I hope everyone can attend, and I'm sure we'll hear back about them afterwards. But kia ora, thank you to the staff for putting that together. Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Right. Right, we have the priority submissions for Auckland Council Group. I think Sandra has the only two members who asked, which was Councillor Ferry and Councillor Darby. Are you still fine to be a delegated group? So I'll move those with the additions of those names. Seconder, Deputy Chair. All right, no, I've confused. I've confused you. Sorry, Adam. Adam's like, what are you talking about? Sorry, that was my fault for jumping around today. Kia ora. You just have to, on the right, if you press the right button. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Kia ora koutou. I'm not going to give a presentation on this, just a few brief points, and they're just to re-emphasise some points in the paper. But sorry, just to confirm, I'm Adam Morris. I'm a Principal Strategic Advisor in the Strategic Advice Unit. So the report I've brought you is to seek approval for this committee for submissions on priority government policy-related consultations during this year. And as a quick reminder, this is part of a process that council staff developed last year for identifying and prioritising consultations, government consultations, and that involves assessing them against a set of criteria. So we applied that process to consultations last year and brought them to this committee, which were approved, and that was in March and June of last year. So we've repeated the process again for consultations expected this year, and it is those that we're seeking for approval to prepare submissions for. And then just quickly, those are the restoration of polls for Māori wards, local election abolition of the Ratepayer Roll Amendment Bill, Fast Track Consenting Bill, RMA Amendment Bill relating to Te Manawa Tubai provisions through the MPSFM, and a second emissions reduction plan, national emissions reduction plan. And if this list is approved by committee, then the actual submissions themselves will go through the appropriate committee. Yep, so that's it from me. Kia ora. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Adam. Very straightforward. Thank you for the work. I know a bunch of work has to go into these submissions before it reaches us, so thank you very much. And just, I had made Councillor Watson and Fletcher already aware that although the GPS is mentioned here, it is coming to Transport and Infrastructure with the full submission. It is not. We're not taking that responsibility off Councillor Watson at all, but it is mentioned here. Are there any questions? Member Ashby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Just a quick one from me. Obviously, there's a whole bunch coming quite quickly at us, and I see and appreciate the commentary around engaging with Māori as timeframes allow, because the timeframes are set by Central, not by us. Obviously, that's quite tight. So, is there what proactive steps could be taken to either get that engagement, or if it can't be got, from the available evidence that council has, through iwi management plans and the like, and previous submissions, what steps could be taken to, I guess, inform council submissions through that process, given the time constraints?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yeah, if there's any engagement that has happened before with iwi, then that will be taken into account in the consultation. But as regards the timeframes, so that's one step. But as regards the timeframes, then we are constrained by central government, as you say. It's not our timeframing. So the approach that we've taken is to contact iwi as soon as we know the consultation is out, and offering an opportunity to feedback to the relevant council staff, or informing where the actual consultation can be followed through with the central government agency. But yeah, those are the steps we've got in place at the moment. But yeah, I don't really know how to change that with central government, or make that more flexible from their part. So it's.
Kia ora, thank you. And Adam, I think we have had similar issues before with government on that. Is there ways for us to help, obviously, mana whenua groups? They'll obviously be submitting on their own, but we like to have their views in our submission as well. But is there a way for us to help inform it and give them sort of, if they want it, we're not saying they don't have it, but to make sure they have fulsome information that maybe is not accessible, that we can send them to help them prepare their own submissions?
So I think I understood the question. So, well, one thing that we are doing is trying to give heads up, basically, as much warning as possible that this is coming up. So this list, for example, will also send to iwi so they know, and that's the same reason, or that's one of the reasons we're doing this for council as well, and for councillors, so we know what's coming up. So there's some advance warning of what's coming, and we can prepare maybe some thinking around that in advance. I mean, that's part of the reason for this. So that's one way.
Through the chair as well, just adding, we know that it's a considerable impact on iwi when these things come quickly. So as Eden has said, we do our best to give them a heads up, but also to give them the opportunity, if they do ask us for information or advice, then we are very happy to share that as well. So we do that, but I don't think it's as proactive and in a way that either of us want, particularly with the timeframes from central government every time. Yeah.
Thank you. Right, thank you, Adam. I don't think there's any other questions, so that'd be great. Is there any debate? No. Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Thank you. Right, we have item 12, the spatial land strategy for Dairy Flat and Silverdale future urban zones. We have Dave. Thank you. And Warren's coming up as well. I hope you've been able to check in the attachments is very clear. A lot of details there. If people haven't had a look, it's good to have a look at now. Thank you.
So we'll start with Dave is going to give a presentation, and then I'll say a few words and we can answer questions. Thanks.
This paper is to seek the committees to adopt a spatial land use strategy for the Dairy Flat and Silverdale future urban zones. Now let me just get this. Did I go the wrong way? Oh, here we go. So the purpose of the spatial land use strategy is to identify some high-level future land uses for the Dairy Flat and Silverdale future urban area. And the driver behind this was to inform the Ngāti Te Tupu Ngātahi Support and Growth Transport project, which I'll talk a little bit more about in the next slide. Basically, that project is to support the long-term route protection through the designation process, particularly for a rapid transit corridor through the Dairy Flat area from Albany Station to Milldale. So what the strategy does is the key piece of land use relevant to the RTC is really the location of a town centre for that future urban area. And this strategy, it kind of sits between the future development strategy, which you've already adopted, and structure plans, which will be done down the track and do more detailed investigation and sort of planning for these areas. So the Support and Growth Project, as you're probably aware, is an alliance between Waka Kotahi and Auckland Transport, and it's to deliver the route protection phase through the Support and Growth Programme. It's a long-term project for looking at the next 10 to 30 years, but notices of requirement for the transport infrastructure upgrades that have been identified were lodged in October last year, and its hearings for those are likely to occur the middle of this year. Just to set the scene of the area we're talking about, we're really looking at the future urban zone that sits to the west of the existing Hibiscus Coast and Silverdale area, but it extends as far south as Dairy Flat. And that future urban zone's been in the unitary plan since 2016, and some of that land was added. Most of it was added through the IHP processes back then. The sort of important area that we're looking at in this context is the Dairy Flat Future Urban Zone, which is a big area, over 1,700 hectares, with a potential for 65 to 73,000 dwellings. Now that includes the mixed MDRS, or the medium density residential standards. So that is, quite a high figure, and it gives, the MDRS gives the dwelling count quite a nudge. Back in 2022, a delegated group of the Planning Committee agreed that the draft strategy could go out for public consultation, and we had a public consultation and feedback period during July to August 2022, and that coincided with the engagement period that the Supporting Growth project had for the transport projects. On the draft that we sent out, there was 44% support for the strategy, and there was 56% didn't support it. I can go into the reasons for that in more detail if you wish. As a consequence, we did some further, as a result of the feedback and also further input from community facilities and healthy waters, we made some changes to the strategy. I'll just go back. Yeah, so the original proposal had the centre spanning from the rapid transit corridor through to Green Road Park. The initial position that we took was that it would be good to have a centre that built on that large future recreational amenity of Green Road Park. And we tried to see if we could work a centre that connected both the rapid transit corridor and the Green Road Park. As a result of the changes and the advice from Healthy Waters and Parks, we've now focused the centre purely on the rapid transit corridor. Community facilities were of the view that things like libraries, civic facilities would be better located in the centre close to the rapid transit corridor rather than on or adjoining Green Road Park. And the shift of the centre to where we've aligned it on the rapid transit corridor, that's the, the centre is the pink blob in the middle. This is very conceptual, but the scale is based on some work that we had done on what size of centre that we would need. Moving the centre there means it doesn't actually cross any floodplains now, and it's clear of the floodplains in the area and clear of the revised floodplains that Healthy Waters have identified using the 3.8 degrees C climate change scenario. There was also some changes occurred up on the north in the Pine Valley area, and that came about from the work that the Supporting Growth had done, where they identified a station, two potential stations in that area. One of them, the one near Pine Valley Road, potentially having a park and ride component. So we modified that to reflect you could get higher density development around the centre. Just on that sort of the orange circle is a sort of conceptual idea of where higher density development could occur around the centre. And it's roughly an 800-metre catchment, which is consistent with what we've been doing through Plan Change 78. So the key thing, while the centre and some of the residential area we've identified, or the high-density residential area we've identified, is close to and spans floodplains, through the structure plan process and the future catchment management plan process, we'll be able to, at a more detailed level, address and integrate those floodplains into the future planning of the area, which will be, quite a long way down the track. The advantages of that centre location are that it's on the preferred rapid transit corridor alignment. It's generally centrally located within that big southern future urban zone area, so it means that a large number of people have got reasonable access to that centre in the future. And it also adjoins what the Supporting Growth team have identified as a future east-west connecting arterial between the Penlink interchange that's currently under construction and Dairy Flat Highway. We just want to highlight here that the future development strategy process put a pause on this exercise because it initially had some work or identified the Dairy Flat future urban area as an area for further investigation. Subsequently, through the FDS process, that work was looked at. It didn't identify Dairy Flat as a future area for, in terms of, or a risk area in terms of natural hazards, and it didn't red flag the Dairy Flat area for flooding in particular. So the future development strategy confirmed the dairy flat area as a future urban area. What it did do was that it pushed out the time frame for development to beyond 2050, and that aligns with the significant infrastructure that's going to be required in the future to service that large area, particularly water, wastewater, and ultimately the actual building of the transport infrastructure that the Supporting Growth Programme is route protecting for at the moment. And just to note too that the Auckland Unity Plan work on the strengthening the provisions around natural hazard management will also be relevant to the future consideration of this area going forward. We went to the local board on 2 occasions with late last year, and then we had a workshop with them on the 7th of February, and they had a business meeting on the 21st of February. The local board, which is resolutions which is attached to the agenda, raised a number of concerns about the strategy, flooding being one of them, but also just querying the whole future development of the area. The report in front of you addresses those concerns in detail later in the report, and we feel that those concerns have been addressed and will be addressed in the future when we get to the detailed structure planning and catchment management phase. So we are recommending to the Planning, Environment and Parks Committee to adopt the spatial land use strategy, and that will then help inform the Supporting Growth NOR process. And we will go back to the people that made feedback and to the landowners that are affected by the centre location and the higher density residential areas, just to inform them that the draft strategy has been adopted, if that in fact is your decision today. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Thank you, Dave. Once again, huge amount of work that's gone on here. And also want to acknowledge Louise Johnson and Councillor Sayers and the Rodney Local Board for giving very clear feedback and working with the, you all worked with those changes and the public feedback as well to get those changes in. Obviously, maybe not exactly what everyone wanted, but I think it's quite a bit different than it was before when we decided not to bring the report last year. So I think that was very good. Thank you. We have some questions. Councillor Sayers, did you want to move this, or are you keen for... I'm happy to move it if you're still unsure.
I'd like to ask some questions and go through, so maybe get it moved by yourself and seconded if you can.
I'm happy to move and seconder, Councillor Henderson. And first up, I'll have Member Henare and then Councillor Sayers. Member Henare.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, just a couple of questions. First of all, on the issue of where Ngāti Manuhiri sits, are they happy with where things are, and what's the future for them in terms of further not only consultation but working quite closely together?
We had the almost luxury of having access to a cultural values assessment that Manuhiri had prepared for the Supporting Growth Programme. So we had a clear indication from them in that CVA about the position, and we've outlined that in the report. Going forward, there'll be a lot of opportunity for involvement when we get to the structure planning stage and to the catchment management planning stage for further input. And a lot of the detailed concerns were particularly around streams and the stream network and managing and working with those properly.
Do you think that going forward, you'll take, I suppose, will you take Manuhiri with you?
Yes, and we have we've engaged with Manuhiri and other iwi right from the beginning of this process. We advised them we were doing it. We had input from them for the draft. We met with them after the draft was out. We had comment, and then we got the, as I said before, the CVA that was done for the Supporting Growth Programme was really helpful in informing more clearly the views of iwi in this area. And we will continue to go, we will advise them of the adoption of the report. Sorry.
Sorry. I don't want to be sound facetious in any way, but I was up there not so long ago picking up some stuff that I bought on Marketplace, and I hadn't been up there for a while, and I was just blown away by the amount of houses and the development up there. Do you think that the horse might have bolted?
No, because the houses that are being built up there now, which is probably the Milldale development that you're referring to, that's been rezoned for some time, and it was rezoned through the SHA, what was it, the Special Housing Area process, and then the zoning was included in the unitary plan at the time of the IHP, so that probably didn't go through as rigorous a process as what you would normally expect using the SHA fast track process. But going forward, so I don't think the horse has bolted in terms of the land that's still zoned future urban and hasn't yet been even structure planned for further development. So in that respect, the land we're talking about here, no, I don't think the horse has bolted.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Member Hanada. Yeah, this will connect into that development, but this is only on the land that is undeveloped so far. Kia ora. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Just to take up that opportunity to tease out the common themes that were there in that terms of feedback that were kind of opposed, you know, that 56%. What were there common themes between the Rodney local board's concerns and what you could see coming in from the general public? And can you summarise those at all?
Yes, there was common themes, and I guess to some extent the local board feedback probably reflected the feedback that we got when that was reported back at the time we reported the draft and the feedback back in November. The key themes were, well, there was questions around questioning the need for the future development or the future urban area in the first place, and did we really need that amount of growth? Well, the future development strategy considered that and has kind of addressed that. There was issues around the flooding and the original centre location spanning floodplains, particularly the ones immediately north and south of Dairy Flat Highway. Well, we've addressed that as well. And we've strengthened up the provisions in the strategy around recognising that the structure planning process and catchment management plan process will be able to address those in more detail. And we did go back to Healthy Waters to test the feedback that we got in terms of whether what we were proposing was workable going forward. And at this stage in the process and for this level of development, they provided that support to us. There was an issue raised around the long time frame that landowners there are going to be affected in the future, but really it's a bit hard to do any forward planning without affecting landowners somewhere. So yes, we acknowledge that that's something that happens, that future landowners are going to have to deal with and then can be involved in the structure plan process going forward. But it's a bit hard to plan ahead and not create this sort of situation. They were the main points of opposition. I mean, we did have support as well. There was feedback from people saying this is a great idea, it's the logical next extension from Albany, between Albany and Silverdale. There was people saying, get on with it, let's do it, we need it now. So there was mixed support, but most, or the majority were slightly concerned about the centre primarily expanding the stream network.
And if I may, Chair, there's an item D up there that's been added in that you consulted with the local board member Louise Johnson and I on, or you didn't, but Warren and Pete did. So that's, just to be clear, do you want to comment on what that's trying to capture? Just for clarity.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this was really trying to, as talking with the Deputy Chair of the Rodney Local Board, really trying to ensure that people understood that we had taken into account the potential for flooding in this area, and that we had changed the centre as a result of that feedback, and as a result of the technical feedback we got, particularly from Healthy Waters. So we'll advise them of the changes that's been made, but particularly to make sure they realise that this document is not a statutory document from which development will start to happen immediately, and that before it becomes anything like that, we will need to do a lot of further work, and that's particularly catchment management plan, a detailed structure plan, and then a plan change. Now, all of that will take a while. You'll be aware that this, and I think some people weren't aware, that this area is now, as a result of the future development strategy, not sequenced for development until 2050 onwards. So we have a number of iterations of the unitary plan to go through. We have, for example, our hazards plan change to go through, and this will all ensure all of the work that we do from now up to the structure plan will mean that we'll have extremely tight conditions around where housing might be built. So that's a real positive. We've got time to do this. This is not retroactive or retrospective planning in any way. This gives us the chance for information to be brought together and planning decisions made as a result of that. So that's what we agreed with yesterday with Deputy Chair Johnson and Councillor Sayers.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no further questions. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wayne Walker.
Got a few questions. The first question I've got is just around the housing capacity that is envisaged to be provided here. In the document that you've got in the attachment, there's a huge difference between the impact of the medium density rules and what might happen otherwise. I mean, it's a quantum leap. Do you want to make any comment on that, Warren?
Yeah, at the time that we were putting together the strategy, we had some work done about reflecting the NPSUD and also the MDRS, and that kind of scaled up the potential number of dwellings that could go in the area. The work that we had around that did qualify it, though, that that scale may not be achieved because it would have taken up a huge proportion of Auckland's growth, and it all wasn't going to go here. But it just was to give a sense of the scale of the sort of centre or urban area we were talking about. Any changes that arise out of the NPSUD or the MDRS that might be forthcoming from the central government would change those figures. And even taking MDRS out could reduce it by 15 to 20,000 dwellings at that sort of order. So the actual size is still a little bit flexible, but we took a conservative approach in thinking what size the centre might be.
Okay. The other question I've got just goes to the workability of this many dwellings. Given the constraints over the shore, I mean the motorway that serves as the prime transport corridor, together with the busway, only has a certain amount of capacity. I mean, I would suggest it's at capacity now in terms of congestion. So So how does this actually work? Not everybody is going to use the rapid transit corridor, and even if they do, they're going to want to have mobility at other times on the weekend and for leisure opportunities and so on. Has there been any modelling done on this?
Councillor Walker, or through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, there has, because that's the whole point of the support and growth piece of work. It was to identify what transport upgrades would be required going forward, and that's quite a broad suite of work, which includes motorway widening, it includes the rapid transit corridor, it includes local arterial upgrading. So, I mean, the whole point of this exercise was to identify those transport upgrades that would be needed going forward.
Okay, I mean, I guess my concern is that I can't see any further widening through the North Shore, Greville, Constellation and the like. That's already occurred and elsewhere. I'm assuming that there aren't any upgrades proposed there, in which case, where are the upgrades?
Well, I think the key upgrade in that context is the rapid transit corridor. All through this work, the approach has been mode neutral in terms of that rapid transit corridor, whether it would be a busway or whether it could be light rail, which would then, that would significantly increase the capacity. The other work has also got dedicated, is looking at possibly dedicated bus lanes from the Albany station up to Silverdale, even in the shorter term. But the key is that rapid transit corridor.
So you're confident that that this is workable in terms of congestion, mobility, particularly if we have the 65,000 number of homes in the area south of the industrial area that's mentioned.
Well, just on that, that's a good point, as the industrial area is, partly designed to provide some local employment as well, to avoid some of that commuting down the motorway. I mean, I think we have to accept that or be comfortable with the work that Support and Growth done and the modelling they've done in terms of what the capacity requirements are for that corridor, and that's why it's been kept mode neutral in terms of whether it could be light rail or a busway. But I mean, it's a long-term planning exercise. So I mean, stuff's going to change as time goes on. So we can only know what we know now.
All right. I mean, the other related concern that I continue to have is around flooding, and for the ability for the stormwater to egress based around real constraints. And if we have a storm and the likelihood of storm surge and so on, how is the stormwater going to escape unless you're proposing a massive amount of detention? And frankly, that may be prohibitive as well.
Councillor Walker, I think that's the point of doing the extra work a bit further down the track, a catchment management plan which will look at all of the stormwater within that area and how that can best be managed. And there can be a number of different ways. I mean, detention ponds clearly are one of them, but there can be other ways of trying to manage stormwater and getting it away fairly quickly. We have got time on our side for that study, and that'll be pretty comprehensive.
Okay, well, I guess the concern that I raise in advance is I have real doubts around the ability to manage that stormwater, and I would have hoped that we would have made some of these definitive assessments a lot earlier. It's called Dairy Flat for a reason. It's already subjected to a significant amount of flooding, so I have a big concern there. So look, I'll just put that on the table. The other question I've got is around the town centre. There's already a town centre, obviously up at Silverdale, there's significant development that's taken place up in Highgate as well that's catering for activity. And then you've got Westgate at Albany that's in really close proximity. So is there some rationale for having another centre? And, you know, the size that you're proposing, 39 to 49 hectares, is not small.
The work we had done on this, on the basis of the potential population growth, identified that scale of centre. It is on the bigger side, and we took a conservative approach in identifying something rather a little bit bigger than perhaps might be needed. Again, it depends on what happens with the MDRS and NPSUD provisions going forward. As part of the exercise, in terms of sizing that centre, the work took into account the location of Albany and the location of Silverdale, and in fact drew a parallel that in the south around Drury, the distance between the centres and the town centres is very similar here, and the size of the Drury town centre and this town centre is also very similar. So the work did take into account the existing Albany and Silverdale, because that was raised in feedback, but it was just understanding the total catchment that could potentially service that centre.
Okay, and the last question I've got just goes to the household numbers and the population numbers associated that you're projecting. Obviously, they're really substantial. You mentioned 40,000 population at one point, but then that's based on the regional growth strategy, but then that's modified to these much bigger numbers. And I'm assuming there's a base of population that's already across the zone up in Milldale, because there's been a lot of population there. Are there any additional figures you've got around a breakdown that can give us an idea of what sort of population numbers we're looking north of the Harbour Bridge?
We're not at hand, but we could get some of that data from the future development strategy and the REMU team.
Okay, I think there's some urgency around that. I'd really like that fairly soon, because again, my major concern is just around the existing congestion across the network, and that's based around an existing rapid transit system that's reasonably effective now. I just don't know how we're going to cope. So if you could get back to me on that soon, Dave, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I guess the issue with the order we're in is that some of those things weren't brought up during the future development strategy that we've already approved. So especially red flagging and floodplains, and a lot of people wanted things removed out, but there wasn't many. I don't remember people wanting to put more in. So we're at this stage now. But
I've certainly raised all the points that I'm raising now consistently at every point in the process.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. Your answer to my question might be, do you want specialist training, Mr. Turner? And the answer will be yes. I'm just trying to dissect this stuff. You made the comment there that this is non-statutory, yet you said it will inform. Doesn't non-statutory mean no teeth? Doesn't that mean it's just an idea?
It's more than an idea. It's in this case, because there was not a structure plan for that area, and the reason that we don't have a structure plan is that development is not timed to take place for another 20 years, and it didn't seem sensible to try and do a structure plan at this point. But in order to help work out where the preferred route might be through the Silverdale Dairy Flat area, particularly the Dairy Flat part, the lower part, it was considered that we should do some sort of a preliminary land use study, working together with a number of different transport, healthy waters, planning, economics and iwi input. It was sensible to bring together a study, if you like, which would say this is a logical layout for this area. And then you overlay the transport route. And this has given strength to the transport route in terms of where it goes through Dairy Flat. That's really the key reason that we did that. So it will, when we say it's going to inform the development of the area, it will be presented at the hearing for supporting growth in mid-year, to be able to say this is the basis on which we have developed the route. That's it. So that's what we mean by informing that part of the process. But it's not a zoning plan, and it can't be used for someone who wants to develop in an area at the moment. It is still a future urban zone.
So is the Auckland Code of Practice for Land Development and Subdivision, is that a statutory document or another one of these informatory documents?
I'm not sure about that one. That sounds like a resource consent.
So in that document, and because you mentioned about planning and modelling and you talked about floodplains, and in that document it says 4.3.5.6, secondary overland flow paths shall be designed with sufficient capacity to accommodate a 1% AEP storm event, assuming the following conditions of the primary network. Any pipes below 600 millimetres are 100% blocked. Any pipes between that and a metre are 50% blocked, and all other pipes at least 10% blocked. That then gets chucked into the people who are coming to do planning, to modelling, to ask to be able to build in this place in 50 years' time. And that's almost saying infrastructure, you've got to consider it doesn't exist. So the only thing I'm struggling with here is, how does this all work? In 50 years' time, we're going to, or 20 years' time, when this starts going ahead, we're just going to be back talking about academic stuff. Is that not right?
What we have got time to do over the next 20 years is to design and plan for a water-sensitive development, a settlement. So I know you're talking about some details there, but and I imagine that in 20 years' time there will be even more stringent rules. But it doesn't mean that large parts of this area cannot be carefully designed for future residential development. And that's what I say about the work that we'll be doing later on. Sure, so you've raised some good points. And I think you're probably ahead of yourself there, or ahead of us anyway.
Ahead of myself, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Turner. There are no more questions on this. I think that means that everyone is happy to move to debate. So thank you very much for all the work done on this. Right. Are there any speakers? Kia ora, Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. Really just wanted to appreciate the work that's gone into this from our team, from the staff. That feedback, the public response was quite significant in terms of oppose, and to be able to sit down with the local board and Councillor Sayers too, and try and work their way through this. This is big change, right, for an area, and something that we're all getting used to. But going back to what Councillor Turner spoke about, you know, a bit of a 101 on where everything fits, because we sit here and we get these strategies that are, well, they're 25 years out, and what does that look like? And we only know what we know today. And what are the things that are guiding us to that? And I think what it means to us is the importance of our decision making and where we place our investment. So when we're developing our policies, in response mostly to government policy as well, that we are ensuring that we're looking for the things that we are victims of at the moment, which is congestion, which is flooding, by building in the wrong places. All of this knowledge that we've gained over the past couple of years is there to help us. And if we can take that regional perspective for any area that we're looking at and try and get that context of time, what that looks like in 25 years, as might have been Warren that said, there'll be a few more FDSs before then. There'll be a couple more LTPs before then. So we have got time to do it, and Councillor Turner will know that engineering changes, and actually quite rapidly in the last 10, 20, 30 years. And so we have the opportunity to design things well, as long as we are willing to invest in that and set the right direction for the growth of our city, which means multimodal travel, as well as ensuring that we're building in the right places. And when it comes to stormwater infrastructure, I hear what Councillor Walker is saying too, you know, Dairy Flat's called Dairy Flat for a reason perhaps. But when we have a look at, and we're constantly told by developers too, the designs that can be built now, designed to be able to mitigate, so we can build in areas like Dairy Flats, are improving all the time. So really, just I think it's a good reminder for us to really have our focus on building for the future of the city and all the different parts of the city. Some parts that will not be wanting the change that's coming to them, but we have a growing population, so how do we make that work for everybody? So thank you to Dave and Warren and the team for all the work that's gone into this so far. And it'll be great to see how this progresses over time, just like Drury, and be able to mitigate the challenges that we're confronted with as we go on to the next development that is going to come along as well, to build houses for the population of our city. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Deputy Chair. Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Just echoing Angela Dalton's, Councillor Dalton's acknowledgement of the planning team. I suspect that this will pass because it's seen as, you know, progressing the city forward, and by adding in that D, that is that's been worked up to try and give the community in that area some top of mind and instant awareness of the efforts that the council will go to in terms of catchment plans and structure plans to mitigate some of those concerns that they have, which, you know, are particularly around flooding. Also, that rapid transport corridor, just where it goes, it hasn't been an Auckland Council decision, that's been the Supporting Growth Alliance decision, and our good friends in the planning department are having to respond to that regardless if they think it's the right spot, or if the community thinks it's the right spot, or if the local board thinks it's in the right location, or if I think it's in the right location. It's just something that they've had to been forced to respond to. I just want to paint a picture for my colleagues about Dairy Flat, because not everyone's been there. Tow went up to Milldale. That's quite well advanced in terms of its build. But this area's, in the storms that we had recently, Dairy Flat, yeah, it's called Dairy Flat because it is so flat, and the amount of damage, households that were lost, red stickers that were put through that area was very high, and the community's fears are very real. because they're living it. They're living a reality where houses have been consented in flooded areas. They're living today in a world where new consents are being issued, where flooding will occur. All those protections that we're hoping for, they aren't in place yet, those new rules. The guarantee that a catchment plan or structure plan in the future is going to mitigate those fears around flooding are kind of what we hope, what we're wishing for, what we'd like to have happen. But in terms of the public, there's no guarantee. Even though it's my area and I've worked to try and get D in there, which councillors might support, the reality is the political mandate that I have from 60% of that community and my own local board is one that they don't want me to support this. I just don't have that political mandate for that area. Maybe when the structure plan is advanced or the catchment plans, those mandates to myself might well advance and change. I don't know. I think those covers all the points. At the policy level, we're trying our very best to do the right thing here, but when it gets down to resource consenting and the tyre hitting the road, there's serious concerns in my mind and of others about just how well that area would really cope, and we just don't know that answer yet. So, unfortunately, Chair, I will be voting against this.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
A couple of quick comments, Mr. Chair. I guess historically speaking, this region was always regarded as a green belt between the North Shore and the Hibiscus Coast, and was treated as being somewhat sacrosanct there. With the advent of the super city, that buffer or that protection or that kind of publicly accepted notion of separation and green space went very quickly. We now have the prospect subsequently of this, massive growth. And Councillor Sayers is absolutely correct in everything he says about Dairy Flat, the Hibiscus Coast. Councillor Walker in my area, of course, abuts that, and anyone who was involved with the Rodney District Council was certainly well aware of the vulnerability to quite significant flooding, and as I think Councillor Sayers said, that was very evident in those weather events last year. So there are people with genuine concerns here. I know the officers that have presented to us, certainly as far as the Rodney Legacy area goes, has as good a knowledge as anyone, and we're certainly really appreciative of that knowledge and expertise they bring to not just the Rodney ward, but to the Albany ward too. So we're fortunate in that respect. There is a bit of an irony, in my view anyway, with this planning, this whole supporting growth, the huge resource that's been going into this for this planning that is some decades down the track, and it really makes you wonder to what extent the developments on the ground in between will have an impact on that. But it is what it is. It's before us now. We can only hope that some of the assurances that have been given up here in respect of both dealing with the community and addressing a number of these issues that still are just sitting there are indeed picked up in the interim. So I know that Councillor Walker, I don't know if he's on the line, but he's certainly been the epitome of consistency for about 2 decades now in respect of the Dairy Flat region and its sort of its ultimate inappropriateness for large-scale intensive development that has fallen on deaf ears, unfortunately, like a number of things. But I guess my vote here is going to be determined by assurances given by David Warren and Peter working in the background, and we'll have to make sure that over that intervening time these sequence of quite significant concerns are addressed, and that the local population are brought along with that, because as the numbers are there, we're dealing with huge potential numbers. Personally, I'd like to have seen it retain as a green belt. There's already enough development occurring up in Milldale, Millwater, and will continue there. Big numbers. It's going to be just this massive conurbation, and that raises questions itself. But you know, that's out of our control at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thank you. Speaking in support of the motion, and just wanted to take the opportunity to thank Councillor Sayers for D. I think that really does move it forward more, and I think it addresses the residents' concerns more as well. So thank you for that. Honestly, we need to build neighbourhoods as well as houses, right? We need to take into account all the planning structures and things like transport and parks, and create a beautiful future for the future residents of the place, right? So I think that D is a really good step toward that. So I'm thankful for it. Just the other thing I'd note is that this is a hard conversation, and we've had some of these before. We'll have more of these in the future. Well, I totally get it. But this is the conversations you have to have when you don't zone properly in the central city, when you don't actually enable more people to live near where they work, near where they study, near where there are great public transport links. And in a lot of cases, that land is within central Auckland. We've chosen numerous times to not zone that area properly. That means the housing has to go somewhere. And so it's going in places which many people are kind of feeling less desirable, and I understand that view. Just before I yield the floor, Chair, I just want to congratulate the Wellington City Council for their wisdom today in going about fixing their house zoning, and I hope that we can show the same wisdom when we're called upon to do likewise later. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers? No, I'll just briefly say I agree with all the speakers, but I guess we are, unfortunately, in my opinion, where we are because of decisions were made before most of us were here on, I would love for this to be a green belt. I remember when Albany, when I was a kid, was farmland and there were no houses out there. The issue remains, as Councillor Henderson says, is that if there is no intensification in some of our central city suburbs and there's more character protection and things like that, housing has to go somewhere. This was zoned a number of years ago, and this isn't about allowing housing. That is going to happen. We obviously delayed it quite a bit with the FDS, but this is essentially trying to bring it together to make sense. And I thank the team for listening to community and the local board and Councillor Sayers to try and mitigate some of that by shifting that town centre away so it doesn't cross the flood-prone areas, and also moving it to make more sense with the rapid transit network, which will, cross fingers, there'll be a government sometime that will want to significantly invest in rapid transit across our city, and we will keep pushing for that as a council, I hope. But there are good things in here, but this is not, I want to make sure that people know this is not us making a decision today to allow future development. That has been long before us. This is about us trying to coordinate it in a way so that people have certainty when we do have those statutory documents come forward about exactly where homes can go, and then those resource consents after that. But of course, this is a long way off, but it does start to give communities in Auckland North an understanding of where things will be going, and that certainty for development community and things as well. So all those in favour?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Yes, it sounds like Councillor
Opposed.
Sayers, Councillor Lee, Councillor Walker, Councillor Turner would like to be noted opposed.
Was there one more online?
That's correct. Yeah.
Oh, we did.
Councillor Walker, yeah. Kia ora. Thank you all. That was all. Right, we're on to item 13, and I think Megan, are you introducing this one?
Kia ora, Mr. Chair.
And Celia's
yes.
online as well. Kia ora, Celia.
Celia's here for questions, so
Kia
let me
ora.
just introduce this. This is just really a procedural matter, but wanted to bring this to you. This is a regime that we've been using under previous terms, where only if it's required, we just have a sub-delegation of this committee to help us make or give direction to urgent requests from the court through mediation or from the judge themselves in a hearing where there are appeals. So what the recommendation set out is that if there are any matters of policy, we will ask, and it literally, we've only got days to make these decisions or give that direction, then we would call on this sub-delegated group to provide that direction for policy. Similarly, though, when we're talking about technical matters, so that it doesn't change the policy or direction of the unitary plan, but it might just tidy up some wording at a technical level, there's a request to delegate that authority to the General Manager of Plans and Places again, so we can do it quickly because we won't have time to come to a committee. What we're also saying then is we'll just keep a list of all of these and make sure we publish those, we let you know what's happened. Where there is time, and there usually is, these matters will come back to the committee. So, Mr Chair, I hope that's helpful. Here to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Watson.
So, question to you, Mr Chair. This is the one that you opened up to people to put their name forward if they wanted to be part of this group?
Yes, Councillor, and only Councillor Ferry and Councillor Darby emailed me back, but happy to discuss it. I think we gave doesn't necessarily have a time cut off, but I did say by this morning if anyone was interested. But only those two councillors, unless I missed any other emails. No. Okay. I don't think there are any questions. Are there any questions? No. Cool. Well, I'm happy to move. Councillor Dalton second. Any debate? Hopefully we don't have to use it, but it's good important to have something on those really quick. I think it's happened 4 times on the Plan Change 78. All those in favour?
Aye.
Any opposed? Kia ora, thank you. Next.
Thank you.
Thanks, Celia. We've done item 14. And we go to item 15, our Customer and Community Services Update. And Claudia is coming to present. And the presentation is on Nexus if you haven't already seen it. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou katoa, lovely to see you today. It's probably the first time I've presented this calendar year, so we'll hope you've had a lovely start to the year so far. So this is just our quarterly update for Customer and Community Services. This is a bit of a new approach that we're trying to take to make sure that we can keep you informed of all of the mahi that's occurring in our communities. You will see more detailed information coming up in our QPR as part of the GB next week. But it does give you a little bit of some of our highlights and also some of the work that we're focusing on, and it talks about some of our next steps. So in terms of our customers, we're very, very pleased to let you know that we've continued to see some quite high growth in terms of visitation numbers, but also in terms of memberships. So what we're seeing here in our regional parks, we saw over 1 million visitors in January, and our Botanic Gardens had an increase of over 21,000 visitors in January. So very, very large numbers. In terms of our libraries, again, we've had the highest registrations since August 2020. So that's been 12,000 over the December-January summer period. And our visits for libraries have been 13% higher in December year on year and 17% higher in January year on year. So just to give you the numbers on that, it's actually the library's visits in January were 604,000 visits. We will be giving you some more details in the QPR, but we are seeing continued upward trend in e-issues as well. So quite high digital uptakes. For our pools and leisure space, we've also had some very good growth in visitors. And for the January visit numbers, we had 759,000 visitors for January. And again, really good year-on-year growth. There's also some other significant community programs underway, and so these are just some of the highlights. So the first two with Amotai and Uptempo, though, both of those services are externally funded or funded through the Māori Outcomes Fund. And with Amotai, which is the supplier intermediary, and they support Māori and Pasifika businesses to be able to access contracts and thereby improve intergenerational wealth opportunities. They have now launched the world's first Indigenous Supplier Diversity Maturity Matrix. So basically what this means, it's a tool to help businesses understand how they can better support Māori and Pasifika businesses and therefore help manage their opportunities in this space a little bit more independently. So far for Amotai, there's now 226 buyers and over 2,000 registered businesses in this intermediary program, and that enables Māori businesses to improve their ability, and of course Pasifika businesses to improve their ability to access contracts. For Uptempo, this is a program that helps support Pasifika aiga, as in families, and individuals improve their earning potential and improve their career opportunities. We often find that Pasifika communities have greater difficulty finding higher paid employment, but have significant talent. And so what this team here does is that they work with aiga, again, they're externally funded, to help improve their opportunities for employment. And we're very, very pleased to let you know that they've had a significant increase in the salaries. For the aiga who've been affected by this, it's meant about a 20 to a 25% uplift in their salaries, which is a significant amount for these families. From a community activity standpoint, we've had a significant amount of activity in our community venues and facilities in December. They've exceeded all of our LTP targets. Our venues for hire saw 250,000 visits, 180,000 in our community facilities. That's a little bit lower, but that's typical for that time of the year. And we've also had 50,000 visitors in our partner facilities. So these are just some charts. This one here shows customer satisfaction. Because of the scale, it looks fairly flat, but we do continue to keep a really close eye on it. And very pleasingly, a lot of our community facilities 6-month trailing averages in terms of satisfaction is starting to see a bit of a rebound since those storm events. Digital visits here, you'll also see some really good upticks in terms of digital site utilisation. In terms of our financial performance, as of February, we're very pleased to say that we've had a very good operating surplus, a combined total surplus of about $29 million, which is 8.6% positive variance of the original budget. So of that, basically, we've removed $12 million of savings already from the budget, and we've still got another 17 million positive variance. Now, of that positive variance, 3 million is attributed to revenue and 14 million is attributed to reduced spending. Our capital program is also ahead of budget, and that is because we've actually had a larger number of programs that we've now delivered since last year. We are very mindful that the capital forecasts might still end up being under budget. That is because we can have some large land transactions. That means that they can come in peaks and troughs, and there is a high degree of uncertainty. That's not a bad thing. Sometimes it's useful for us to be very prudent, and we want to make sure any land transactions are well priced. The other thing that is causing still some uncertainty is the storm recovery program. So you can see here that the major weather events caused around $56 million worth of damage to our parks and community facilities. $12 million of that was relating to operating expenses and $44 million relating to CapEx. Our teams have worked very, very hard, including with local boards, to be able to accommodate those costs within budgets where we could. And we believe that most of the OPEX can be covered and delivered by the end of this financial year, but only 14 million of the 44 million CapEx can likely be addressed in this financial year. We're currently working with the recovery unit to investigate alternative sources of funding, but primarily it may mean that we may have to prioritise the asset and the capital upgrades against the renewals that are also being put forward, in addition to making some trade-offs where we're seeing that some of those assets may not make so much sense to renew, particularly if we're concerned about future climate events. There have been, by this stage, by the end of the year, I should say, that we would have done and completed 350 landslide assessments. We're also progressing claims of the insured assets that are affected by insurance coverage, well, their storm damage, The challenge that we do have, of course, is that a lot of our assets that have been affected by the storms, they don't have insurance coverage because of the types of assets that they are. So that includes tracks, for example. Some excellent delivery highlights. So you'll see there in Pukekohe, the domain, there's the band rotunda restoration. So that's a 111-year-old feature in the domain. It was built in 1913. And thanks to the support of our heritage teams, they've even used the very original colours of that band rotunda when they did that restoration work. We're also proud to say that we've reopened the Arataki Visitor Centre, which had been closed due to the storm and weather events last year. We hosted a number of Pride or Proud Centre activations during Pride Month, and we, of course, started our marae-based citizenship ceremonies, and we had our first pilot, which I believe I covered with you last time at the Huani Waititi Marae, but we've also got further marae-based citizenship ceremonies planned in other areas coming soon. So those are really exciting ways to welcome new New Zealanders to Aotearoa. We've hosted a large number of movies and music in the parks. Our events team has delivered 51 events a year to date, and 18 of those were in January, and of those 18, 6 were music in the parks and 6 were movies in the parks. Now, one statistic I found very entertaining was that for the Barbie movie in the Clover Park in St Heliers, we had over 3,500 guests. So you can see why that was a popular flick. The events team has also supported 30 citizenship ceremonies during this time. And in Myers Park, you can see a beautiful diagram there of the incredible multi-sensory artwork that's integrated into the landscape of the Merrill Drive underpass. And that has been a combined shared effort alongside with our public art teams, but of course with the mana whenua, as well as our infrastructure and environmental services teams to help put that in place. So in terms of some key focus areas for our teams as we move forward, we're continuing to implement some of the annual budget changes that were put forward. Some of those we understand are sensitive, and we're continuing to work with people where there are questions or concerns, and we try to be as adaptive as possible, recognising, of course, that we do have budget constraints. We're also working and supporting the LTP implementation and the advice provision around that. We're currently still in the process of conducting our value for money reviews, and the large one that we're working on at the moment is around our pools and leisure space. And then we continue to support a number of internal improvement programs, including in our regional parks areas, because we've had a large number of visitors, and safety for our visitors and our teams continues to be a priority, just as one example. We've got a large number of other reports that are coming to a variety of committees and through workshops over the next few weeks and months. So just to give you some highlights here, we have already provided information on the regional bin optimisation as well as the seismic strengthening program, so you would have received some memos on that. Then we've had the current PEP committee update. Next week we've got the REV committee update on our full facilities contracts performance. So the full facilities maintenance contracts do a lot of the open space management work, and we regularly review those, and that information will be presented next week. The following week we will be doing our updates on the line-by-line service review of our Parks and Community Facilities Department. After that, we're going to be doing a little bit of a deep dive on our libraries, and so you can see the number of visits and some other highlights from our libraries team, and that's at the governing body on the 28th of March. Following from that, we have another memo coming on the regional CAPEX work program with followed by a regional CapEx work program workshop in April, and that is so we can start planning for the next year. We will be providing an update on Muriwai and in May, as well as seeking your approval at this committee of the regional CapEx work program in July. So those are just some highlights from our division, and I hope that provides you a little bit more visibility of some of the actions underway. Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora, thank you so much, Claudia, and thank you for the just scratching the surface of the massive amount of work, the people who work with you and your teams right across Tamaki Makaurau. So that's a great snapshot, but I know looking deeper, there's so much more that you haven't put in there today. But there will be some questions where you can maybe highlight some other things. But thank you for the highlights. Councillor Ferry first, and then Councillor Watson.
Thank you. I've got two questions. We'll do the easy one first, if that's okay. So on that timeline you've got there, Claudia, I note we don't have the pools and leisure contracts, which are supposed to be coming to revenue, expenditure and value in May, and also that they're supposed to be going to local boards in the impacted local boards in April. So can I just get a bit of reassurance on the timeframes on that? I've had two of my local boards have indicated quite some concern because new contracts potentially coming in on 1st of July, not that far away.
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor, and you're absolutely right. We are planning to have a Rev Committee update regarding the Section 17A reviews. The timing of that is just being finalised and confirmed in terms of how we're going to conduct that process, whether or not we need to start with a workshop and then have a decision-making meeting. And so our Value for Money team is currently working on the best approach, but there most certainly will be Rev Committee involvement, and that will be happening quite soon. Our team is also currently preparing for local board workshops, so that is underway. You're absolutely right. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. I think we probably need to keep a close eye on that one. Some of the local boards are a bit worried, so just letting you know that. The second one, which is the hard one, is around bin removal. It's everybody's favourite topic. We love to talk rubbish around here. Ha ha. So thank you. But I know we did have the memo on the 1st of March, but there's still quite a lot of community concern, a lot of contact coming through to elected members on this. And I'd like to request, it was something that came up in a workshop discussion we had. We were actually having about something else, but members were so agitated about it that the bins came up. I'd like to request that we have a briefing for elected members that covers both local boards and governing body and haukura members if they're keen, to just talk through what has happened, what's happening next, and what we're seeing on the ground, because I think there's quite a lot of disquiet out there. I'm aware some areas have had differing advice from others. In terms of, for example, one local board's potentially looking at funding, keeping some of their bins, and other boards have been told that's not an option. So we really need to get a bit of a unified piece of information, a chance for people to ask questions. So the question is that something that you feel can be done maybe in the next month or so?
Thank you very much for the question. And I think what I'll do, if it's okay, Councillor, is I will take it offline, work with our team to see what the best options could be, and then perhaps liaise then with our chair to understand should it come back to this committee or through another channel. Thank you.
Okay. I just note, if that's okay, I'd just note that we have some areas haven't rolled out yet, and so this is going to continue to be an issue for the next little bit, but also I suspect we're going to get a lot of feedback through the LTP about this issue when actually we're asking them about other things. So I just wanted to note that there is a bit of urgency on this one in terms of us being able to communicate about, hey, this is what's happening. Can you tell us about the other things in the LTP, please? Because the bin stuff is separate and highly operational. I want to acknowledge that. but it's becoming a bigger issue. Thanks.
And I acknowledge that. And so just to reassure you, so firstly, we're looking at the matter and we're taking it very, very seriously. So the team is working exceptionally long hours to try to help respond to queries, provide information, follow up with communities where concerns have been raised. We're taking a very proactive approach. It does vary, and some local boards have put forward funding, LDI funding, to be able to keep some bins. And of course, we acknowledge that some local boards haven't had the chance to roll this out yet. So we will look at how we can provide better information, noting, of course, that we've just sent out the memo, but if that's not sufficient and we need to give more information, I'll work with our teams to see how we can best do that.
Thanks. I think that just needs to be made visible, that work. That would be the first step. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Firstly, good to hear the surge in the library patronage. Certainly, you know, the function libraries provide increasingly, and I'm sure it's across the board here, is incredibly important one. And if there's one thing I hear from feedback from people in my community, which is quite a diverse one, is how much they value the libraries and how, more than anything, even in this long-term plan, they're concerned that that position of the libraries is upheld. And I know some of them are always like chocker when I go in that East Coast based one in particular. There's all manner of people from so commendation to the staff in the libraries, because often they're dealing with quite big numbers of people. They're unfailingly polite and helpful and just wonderful ambassadors for Auckland Council. So, you know, big ups to the library staff. I just want to follow on with the one, however, Claudia, with the bin issue, and I don't know, it sort of hit certain board areas. I'm certainly starting now to getting a lot of complaints coming through from people through this long-term plan process, what they're going up to the people from council to there, and this is the top of mind. This is the one issue that is disturbing people more than others. I guess, and we have had updates in that, but as I said, it's getting bigger. And I guess the one question I would put to you is in respect of some of the, you know, I was going to say perverse outcomes, but one of the undesirable outcomes is certainly, it's clear to me that in some places then rubbish has just been dropped or piled up or you know, mixed in with other stuff, and we know we have a kind of hygiene issue that's emerging in excuse me, in certain locations. So I would just seek your response to what has been done by way of monitoring for areas where you know, rubbish has just been dumped essentially now that the bins are gone.
So thank you very much. So firstly, thank you for the compliments to our libraries team. I'm sure they will very much value that. In terms of the bins, so there's two aspects to it. Partly we are, in some areas, we are observing, unfortunately, despite bins being in place, a change in public behaviour. So perhaps the one request I have is to please, if we can, encourage Aucklanders to be tidy Kiwis. Because we are seeing an increase in littering, and we are seeing that right next to bins. So regardless of the bins, we are still seeing a change in community and customer behaviour, and we do have an opportunity as Aucklanders to better look after our city, and I would encourage us to do that. The second aspect then is around the actual areas where bins have been removed, and there have been some misunderstandings. So there's been concerns raised about bins being removed when they actually haven't been removed yet. So there's some misunderstandings about where bins have gone, and some potential confusion that a bin used to exist when it may have not existed there. But of course, then where a bin has gone and it's caused concerns, that's when we're working with the communities, our elected members, or where we're seeing complaints, which we're very, very closely tracking. We then look at, well, what are the other options? Do we need to reinstate a bin, or do we have an alternative option there? So our contractors, for example, have got They've got a loose litter pickup requirement in their contracts. So these are the full facilities maintenance contracts. So there are loose litter pickup opportunities. But equally, if we see that we need to have additional bins, our teams are very open to looking at that. Most of the time, the teams have absolutely the best intent of where they've removed the bins. They've tried to use data and information and community insights as much as possible. There are, of course, a lot of them, and there will be some instances where a bin has accidentally been removed when it perhaps shouldn't have been the best bin to remove. And we then work with communities to try to see how we can reinstate it.
Okay, so thank you. So hopefully some of the local boards are picking that up. And just one quick one by way of follow-up, and it goes to that notion of loose litter pickup. There are some very good-hearted people in the community who pick up other people's rubbish, and they will pick it up because they've got somewhere to put it. If they're not going to pick it up and put it in their car or taking it home with them. So I just wonder that we might be seeing a bit of evidence of that now already, but obviously if you're at a public place, a bin's been taken away, the kind of be a tidy Kiwi people who often do it for other people, they're going to be put off because there's no facility. So I just hope that that's made aware of too, because that's certainly a behaviour that's been a highlight, but it could be well negated under the current regime.
Thank you for your comment through the chair. If I may just perhaps add something. So this is another way that if people have concerns, how they can raise it with us. So we have an excellent system called Report a Problem. So if you go onto Google, you type in Auckland Council Report a Problem, it will come up with an electronic system by which people can log any concerns. That's around facility maintenance, litter, graffiti, all sorts of stuff. It's a great tool for us to understand where concerns exist so we can best respond to them. But yes, we very much value the feedback. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Dalton, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. I've got 3 questions. One was, I just wanted a reminder of where we got to with introducing a overseas visitor levy to the Botanic Gardens. Did we shelve that at that time? Because I'm just looking at the increase in visitor numbers and thinking there's a revenue opportunity there. I know it was a little contentious at the time we started talking about it, but I would support it. I think what happened, maybe there was some challenges in how operationally it would work, but perhaps it's something we can revisit. But if you could let me know, because I know that the Botanic Gardens were very supportive. In fact, I think they put the idea forward. My second question was, can you just confirm for me, you've said that Amatai and Uptempo are funded externally and through Māori outcomes. Are they confirmed in our work program over the long-term plan as work streams? Because I'd hate for us to lose those as like a council work plan, even though they could be externally funded, because they're an incredible programs. And yes, I'm sorry, I'm going to talk bins too. I think that perhaps it just didn't get enough daylight in terms of the process looking back, because I know the local boards, my 2 local boards, had a spreadsheet that listed every bin that was going to be removed. They were asked, do these look okay to you? And they gave feedback. So there was really, and this was months ago. Also, it was in the annual plan for consultation, so we all knew that this was a delegation to the CEO that the bin removal could take place. And then it rightly went through local boards to discuss. My 2 local boards have decided to fund, to hold on to the bins, and I don't know that that's the best strategic outcome, and we have a look at our waste management plan that we're trying to do, and I'm losing going into a debate now instead of questions. So my question was going to be, what information did the local boards think was missing? Did they have the information that said how often the bin is emptied? Because from what I understand, the bins recommended for removal are the ones that had no rubbish in it when contractors went to empty them, or had little rubbish in it when contractors went to empty them. So what information did the boards think that they were missing?
So thank you very much, Councillor, for your question. So I'll just start with overseas visitor levy. I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that, so I'll have to come back to you. Thank you. In terms of amotai and uptempo, so yes, my understanding is that they're all continuing as part of the long-term plan proposal, and we're very grateful for your feedback. They do excellent work. In terms of the bins, so yes, you're right in terms of we believed that everyone had received the information that they needed to be able to help inform those decisions. We have now received feedback from some local boards that they may have not either received an email, had the opportunity to perhaps understand all of the information that they now think could have been more helpful to them. But when we do get that feedback, we then try to work with them to rectify that. So I know our teams worked very, very hard to give people the information that they needed in the timeframes that we had available so that we could give full visibility and transparency on the process. It is a lot of information, and so sometimes information may get lost, or perhaps we could have improved our clarity, so where we can learn from those issues, we try to learn from those issues. And in terms of the info provided to them, so yes, when we made the recommendations around the bins, there are a number of factors that inform those recommendations. So would be information around how often they needed to be emptied, the proximity to another bin, whether or not a park was in high utilisation or not, whether or not it would have peak periods such as the summertime, when we would typically see more visitor numbers to a specific site. So there's a lot of factors that influence those recommendations. Where available, we would also try to use sensor information, because the bin sensor information of how often, how full or empty it would be could also be useful. Information is not perfect, and so we would have to try to provide the information with the best information that we had at the time, and then we would try to sense check that information via local boards to understand, does that bin make sense for us to remove? And if we got feedback that it didn't or wouldn't, then we would try to look at an alternative option. But we do recognise that it's a lot of work, that information can sometimes perhaps not be as clear as it should be, and so we do try very hard to rectify that where we recognise and understand those gaps.
Thanks, Claudia.
Kia ora, thank you. Member Ashby.
Kia ora. Thank you for the excellent presentation. It's obviously a busy but fruitful time. 2 questions from me. You mentioned in terms of park and community facilities there was the OPEX we'd be able to do, but there was going to be a significant hole in the CAPEX from the storm damage and the insurance gap in some of those assets. And yeah, your point around asset renewals and resilience, obviously there's a piece of work there. But my question's really, you know, the long-term plan's coming up, and Aucklanders are going to vote on, you know, what they care about, what they want to invest in, and that's going to be an element of how deeply they put their hand in their pocket. But a big part of that is around our natural environment, which looking after that. So I guess the question around this CAPEX hole is that going to mean the closure of those facilities, or and that might be tracks as well, or are we going to run them further into the ground because we can't fix up the infrastructure needed to keep the environment safe? So that's one question. Maybe I'll save my next question for after that one, if you don't mind.
No problem, member. Thank you for the question. So it's actually a very big question. It's quite a complex answer. I'm afraid we can't simplify it too much because it very much depends on each asset. So what's been damaged gets assessed, and then we look at, well, what are the alternatives? Sometimes it could require just a quick fix, an easy fix. Sometimes it's much more complex and requires engineering. And if the engineering, for example, is needed from a safety standpoint, then that's a really important consideration. And sometimes if the engineering may be needed, but we're concerned about future weather events, for example, in the coastal areas, then it may make sense not to perhaps invest in that engineering there, but rather to invest the engineering elsewhere, where we've got greater certainty about future use. So it's not a simple answer. It has to be assessed on an asset by asset level. So when we looked at the number of assets we've assessed, of the over 300, we've had to really understand what the options are for some of them. So for some of them, you may see a difference in how those assets are repaired. So maybe it's a smaller fix. We try not to let assets run into the ground, especially for assets that are frequently used. You will, however, see in the LTP that there is a recommendation, less perhaps on the open space side, but more on the facility space side, that we spend less of a time investing all of the money into the facilities, but more being able to invest in services over time. And so what we're recommending there is that there is a bit of a shift in how we deliver. And we're aiming to deliver differently through digital services, via partnerships, or by the consolidation of services into a smaller asset footprint, like we're seeing with our libraries and service centres, for example. What that then does is that maximises the asset utilisation and allows us to then reinvest that money into other areas that may be a higher priority by being able to deliver differently. So it's quite a complex question. I hope I've been able to answer it okay.
Yeah, sorry, it is a massive question, so I've really put you on the spot there. I guess I'm just looking for some assurance, and maybe it's something we can have a conversation offline about, but that some of these assets are still going to get the same numbers of visitors, and the infrastructure may have been degraded from the storms, and are we just, to use a practical example like a track, because we've got unfortunately a lot of experience in that since Ken knows, but are we just, putting a sticking plaster over it to keep it open, or are we doing what is required to protect the values that we need to protect, the natural values, for example? Anyway, I think that's probably an offline conversation. My second question was, I was really interested in the citizenship ceremonies taking place at Marae. I think that's a really cool initiative and should be supported. But I do have a question just in terms of the process of that, because when people are coming into a rohi and undertaking to be citizens, there's a tikanga role that ideally really sits, at least being informed by iwi, the mana whenua, because they're manahiri coming into a rohi, and I wasn't aware of that process to take place on a sort of urban marae, which I'm supportive of, but I don't understand the process and the decision making that, I guess the policy for this, because my point, I guess, is that there should be a policy, and that policy should include engagement with iwi. So could you just clarify that one for me, please?
So thank you very much for the question. So I'd have to perhaps get a little bit more details to confirm this with our teams, but my understanding is that we work very closely with the marae to do this mahi. So this is not something that we impose on marae, but rather it is supported by the marae, and it's part of a pilot program to understand how do we roll it out. Is it working well for marae? Is it following tikanga practice? And those other really important aspects as well.
I guess my point is, so the example you used is not an iwi marae, it's a mātāwaka or pan-tribal marae, but and there's not an issue with that. The question is, when citizens are coming into the rohi, it's not the rohi of that marae, it's the rohi of the iwi, and so there's tikanga, there's an element of tikanga that sounds like it's been missed or could have been missed, and I'm just again, maybe it's a follow-up conversation, but I'd just like some clarity around the policy of how this is done to make sure that everyone's on the same page when it happens, and that there isn't an unintended consequence of maraes and iwi at odds.
It is very valuable feedback, and I will certainly come back to you with more information. Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick ones. Thank you for everything, like everyone else says. The budget, when I saw one of the slides up there, you were showing a walking path on top of a monga, I thought. So, yeah, you go back quite a bit. Keep going, keep going, keep going. That's, yeah, okay. So so all it made me think of is where the budgets all come from. That's what makes this unclear too. CF delivers so much stuff, but then pick the budget for that out of so many different pots. It becomes unclear of exactly where the savings or so, I knew that you delivered this stuff on behalf of the Monga Authority and what they wanted, but, is the cost there coming out of their budget? It's really not that I'm worried if it is or it isn't. It's about understanding, like how much of the netta gets used for this, how much of this, how much of that. That's the other half of the picture, which is quite unclear and makes it complicated. So just a feedback on that. And the other question was, report a problem. Can it be, taking aside the fact that I think this outcome-based stuff is not good compared to proper rotational maintenance, but I have been trying to use report a problem, and the second biggest problem after trying to log on all the time is that it often comes back and says that your job has been deleted because someone else has complained, or because they've received a second complaint. Surely stacking those complaints would let staff know where there's, that would kind of prioritise the issue as you saw more and more complaints for the same. So can you make it so that the preceding complaint doesn't get knocked off as soon as another one arrives?
So thank you for the question. So I'm not familiar with that aspect of report a problem, but what I'll do is, so report a problem is managed by a digital team in digital and customer experience. So it's a different team than customer and community services. So what I'll do is I'll talk to the team there and see if we can provide some updates, because I know that there's improvement programs that have been planned and will continue to be planned for these digital systems. So what we can do is we can find out where that program is in terms of its improvement to make sure that we're being as easy and as effective for customers. In terms of logging in, I'm not too sure you need to log in. I've never had to log in, and I use it all the time.
You need to log in if you want to trace that complaint.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and so I logged in on my council email address and it told me go away.
I'll raise that feedback with the digital team. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Just two quick ones. One, of course, is about bins. I think it's about the 8th or 9th time we've talked about it, but the community are really upset, man. So were we to, through the LTP process, look at adjusting the bins, maybe putting some of them back? Can we easily do that? Are they available sitting in a warehouse somewhere?
We can put bins back. It does come with a multi-million-dollar price tag if we were to revert them all. That was the reason why it was put forward as part of the annual budget for a cost saving. But there are opportunities to put bins back. Perhaps in terms of, though, how we factor that into the LTP, because there are some very big proposals in the LTP, and it would be a shame to, for the bin conversation, to perhaps detract from seeking community input on the bigger matters that are being proposed. So what I'll have a bit of a chat to our LTP team and our Parks and Community Facilities team to see how we can provide some clarity on that, just so that we can minimise perhaps the distraction of this on some of the really big LTP questions that we're seeking community input on.
Thanks. So I think that should be maybe part of the future workshop that we were discussing, but also, it's something that a lot of people feel really strongly about. So I wouldn't necessarily clarify it as sort of classifies it as distraction, although we want to talk about some of the bigger issues too, right? Okay, second and final question, thank you, Chair. In relation to the value for money work on swimming pool operations, just wanted to confirm that you're assessing the possibility of insourcing the operations as well as outsourcing them and actually providing direct provision as opposed to just contracting.
Currently, we have a mixed model. So about 50% of our pools are managed in-house and 50% are outsourced. What we're doing is we're assessing multiple options in terms of the value for money. I have to be very careful about how I share this publicly because of the commercial nature of this and where we're currently progressing through this work. So if it's okay, I'd need to leave some of those details.
I understand.
To commercial
Thank you.
setting.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Claudia. My concerns about bins I won't get into either, but I guess for me, during that time when we had a $325 million hole and there was a bunch, this was one of the many on the list that didn't get consulted on because pre-consultation there was a big long list delegated to CEO. So I guess if we had been able to have a proper conversation, this is my view, not a question, I guess that the concerns maybe that are popping up, I'm worried that you guys are spending more time and money on this issue than the saving, but I'll put that aside. There are clearly were bins that I agree, middle of nowhere or double ups or down the bottom of a 1 kilometre track, sure, but there are some, in my opinion, that seem to be not optimal. So it would be good to discuss what that is. Just on our regional parks, so 20 years we've had no bins at all in our regional parks. That could have been helpful to put out there during this process. Is it correct that we still have, the least litter anywhere in our regional parks, even without bins? Are we still seeing really low levels of rubbish in those parks despite having no bins?
That's a good question. So we did, in some of our commentary, refer to the regional parks changes. We also received acknowledgement from a number of elected members during that time that that program had been very successful and there was a degree of encouragement around learning from that regional parks model because it does seem to work. But in terms of giving you the actual details and facts now about loose litter pickup there vis-a-vis other areas, I would need to follow up with you, I'm afraid, because I don't have those statistics at hand.
Thank you. And I know I've discussed this separately with the team before, but the two items going to Rev Committee, the leisure centres, which I'm quite passionate about, considering we've got some fantastic council-owned and run leisure centres in my ward. But is that only going to be considered as a revenue expenditure item, or will it come to us for a broader discussion on, it's not, to me, just about cost. There are plenty of other good reasons why you may or may not have council run. Is that coming for a decision for all of us, or is that still believed to be a revenue and expenditure only decision? And same on the Parks and Community Facilities Financial and Service Review Workshop. I'm a bit concerned if there are quite big changes that are strategy, policy, and have effects like the bins, don't come for a discussion with the whole council. I'm not on the Rev committee, so what the expectation there is to change.
Thank you, Chair. So my understanding is that the Rev Committee has the delegations for reviewing and making decisions on those pieces of work. In terms of how that may, if that were to change, how that were to change, I would need to seek some advice, so I can perhaps take that offline with you and Megan to see if we need to provide some feedback.
Okay, yeah, I mean, maybe it comes to Budget Committee after Rev. I just think those significant decisions should be made by all of us, not a smaller group, but it depends on what they are. I have not seen a list or anything, so that's good. And I've got some other questions, but I think we've exhausted you enough, so I can ask them offline. But just want to acknowledge your team for all the work out there, and hope you pass on our thanks from committee. That's pretty hard to all the different areas you work across, but thanks again, and we will have you more often to the committee this year, because we hopefully won't be distracted by the significant amount of things with the storm and other issues last year that hampered a lot of the normal work that you're all doing. So kia ora and thank you. Right, want to move this? Councillor Dalton, Member Ashbury second. All those in favour? Anyone opposed? No. Thank you. And we'll go to item 15, although it says... All right, 16. The summary of Planning, Environment and Parks Committee information memos and briefings. I don't think there's any questions, pretty straightforward. Councillor Dalton will move. Councillor Ferry to second. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. There are no extraordinary items, and this is all. Unahia, unahia, unahia. Ke urutapu nui. Ke wātia, ke mama, te nākau, te tinana, me te wairoa, e te ara takatū, koia rā I rongo, whaka airia ake ki ronga, ke tina, tina. Haumie, huie, tai ki e. Kia ora and thank you everyone, and I hope you have a good afternoon, and thank you to the staff team.
Thank you.